Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third webinar in our Forward NewMed series entitled Vocalising Our Mental Health. It's okay to talk. Proudly presented to you by Newcastle University Medicine Malaysia in collaboration with the College of Physicians and Relate Malaysia. My name is Primila Nair and I will be your host for this event. This is indeed a pivotal time to talk about mental health. With this event, we aim to raise awareness in Malaysia by helping the public in understanding how to effectively respond to crises, normalize conversations surrounding mental health, and breaking down the stigmas associated with it. We hope that by doing so, our country will be able to take a step forward in recognizing the importance of mental health, and we will be able to have more open and informed conversations and solutions on the subject. Now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Professor Chris Baldwin, NewMed's CEO and Provost, to deliver his welcome speech. Chris, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to welcome you all today to what is the fifth event in our Forward Malaysia series of free webinars and masterclasses this morning. Today, we discuss the really very important area of mental health. This will touch us all, either personally or through a family member, as it currently does with me, at one stage or another throughout our lives. As stated in the title of today's session, it is okay to talk about our mental health. There's still a stigma attached to talking about our mental health, but it's very important that all of you, be you students, clinical staff working in KK or hospitals, academics or professional staff working in universities, or anyone attending today in whatever capacity, to talk to someone if you feel that you have mental health issues. It's nothing to be ashamed about, and no one will judge you, just as we would not judge you if you caught dengue or caught COVID-19. It's also very important for those of us in leadership positions in whatever area to understand mental health issues and to ensure that we are open in discussing these problems that people may have. And by being open ourselves, that allows other people who are maybe lower down in organizations to also talk about these issues. I'd also like to thank all of the contributors that we actually have today. It is very much appreciated that you've given up your time this morning for this very important discussion. I know that individual speakers will be introduced at each session, so I won't mention everyone now, but really it is very much appreciated that you're here today. Finally, I hope that you all have a very good morning with us and that you all go away with positive messages about how we can support one another with our mental health as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Baldwin. Thank you very much for that introduction. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our first plenary speaker, Dr. Chua Sook Ning. Dr. Chua is a clinical psychologist, international researcher, and educator with an extensive body of research publications and has shared her expertise across a wide range of subjects at conferences worldwide, ranging from Singapore to the Netherlands and Canada. A clinician who practices in Australia, Singapore, and Malaysia, Dr. Chua is recognized as a driven and determined thought leader in psychology throughout Southeast Asia, motivated by a desire to raise the standard of mental health on an individual, organizational, and societal level. Dr. Chua will be speaking on breaking the stigma of mental health and addressing it early on. Thank you very much, Dr. Chua. Over to you now.
Thank you, Premila. Thank you, Professor Chris Baldwin, for the great talk. And I feel really inspired right now already, just listening to the leadership say this is important. So good morning to everyone who's joined. It's 9:40. Hopefully this is the usual time you wake up, and that if it's not, please grab yourself a cup of coffee and settle in. So I've been asked to talk about breaking the stigma of mental health and addressing it early on. The alternative title of my talk is, if we all have problems in living and if we all need help, why do we still stigmatize? In Malaysian talk, I think, in English, I think, why like that? Okay, so I'm going to talk about what stigma is, what has been tried, and what kind of interventions have been done, what are the results of it, and what actually we need to do moving forward. And so I first want to invite you all to think about the early days of COVID-19. Now, I don't know if you're like me, I'm kind of losing track of time. It's like, oh gosh, it's already August. But, think back last year when we thought that the virus infected only some people. And you might recall that there was unfounded confidence in the air. Some people thought, I won't get COVID-19 because that's something that happened to other people. People that aren't as healthy as I am, people who aren't of the same race, people who aren't of the same socioeconomic status. Around the same time in March 2020, we saw prejudice, discrimination, and even violent attacks against East Asians. Who felt most upset about these attacks? Usla. East Asians, right, and Southeast Asians, because we identified as belonging to that group of people who were being smeared through no fault of their own. And now we know better. The virus doesn't care what race you belong to. And in fact, as it increased all over the world, have you noticed that the attacks against the East Asians actually decreased, right? We're not seeing so many reports of violent attacks. And the stigma of getting COVID-19 decreased because millions throughout the world were getting the virus. It wasn't just that group. It was my group, my in-group, and it may also have been me. And because everyone in my group, everyone who looks like me, my family members, my friends, was now vulnerable to getting COVID-19, some of them did get COVID-19, it became less of an in-group, out-group issue. This was not happening to just some people out there far away. There's something happened. New variants, especially the Delta variant, which was first recorded in India. And then we started to see attacks again, but this time against South Asians, not just by Westerners, but even East Asians attacked the so-called other. Prejudice and discrimination and violence against South Asians increased, and somehow East Asians and Singaporeans, that's where I am, forgot that we were so indignant when we were attacked. We started attacking other people. But as the Delta variant spread, attacks against South Asians decreased because the Delta variant doesn't care about who you are, it doesn't care about your race. There's no such thing as a racist virus. So no matter what your race, nationality, social status, gender, it doesn't discriminate. As the whole world began to suffer, the stigma decreased because we could see in real time the COVID-19 outbreak affected everyone. It wasn't the well-intentioned messages by leaders that said, hey, don't attack other people, that stopped the stigma. It actually went down because we saw there was no them and there was no just us. When it came to a pandemic, there was just all of us are in it together. The education about COVID-19 didn't stop the stigma. It was experience. So 80% of people will have a mental illness in their lifetime. 80%, not just 10, not just 5, not just other people. But like COVID-19, actually many will recover. But also like COVID-19, long COVID, a significant number of people will learn to manage symptoms for the rest of their lives. Because symptoms can last weeks, months, years, even after the initial illness. So there are many similarities between physical and mental illness, but one key difference, a stigma of mental illness has not gone away. We're still talking about it. Importantly in this conference, but we're still talking about it, even though we know so many people, so many of us have been mentally ill. Now, a side note for some of you, so maybe you're like, oh, she's saying mental illness. I don't like that term. And so we might prefer mental health challenges, mental health problems, mental health conditions, but I'm going to say mental illness because I work with a group of amazing people with lived experiences, and they said let's just call it what it is. So it's not a challenge. Bipolar disorder, anxiety, depression are not challenges, they're illnesses. So thank you to the Relate CBPR group for just informing me and helping me learn, what is it that is best for them, for that community. So let me talk about what stigma is. So in Malaysia, a recent review of all the studies published between 1995 and 2019 concluded that, something that you're like, so obvious, most Malaysians have stigmatizing attitudes towards mental health problems. And you're like, we needed a study to tell us that? Yes, because we're in academia. So what do we mean by this word stigma? Okay, we can think about stigma in terms of public stigma and self-stigma. Public stigma is what the public thinks, feels, and acts towards a certain group. For instance, we know in Malaysia, many people commonly think people with mental illnesses are dangerous. Some think they are possessed by demons. And because they think that, they are afraid. That's the feeling. They're afraid of people with mental illness. This leads them to avoid them. Social distance, that's the action. But discrimination is bigger. It's more than just relational. It's more than just, I don't want someone with that illness to be in my class or my family. It's actually also structural. And structural discrimination includes the policies of private, public institutions that intentionally restrict the opportunities of people with mental illnesses. It's one of the reasons why there's different coverage, insurance coverage for mental illness than physical illness. It's one of the reasons why people are less likely to hire someone with a mental illness compared to a physical illness. It's also one of the reasons why the mental health budget is only 1% of our national health budget, even though there's no health without mental health. On the flip side, as health stigma happens when people become aware of the negative public stereotypes. They say, yes, I agree with it. I am lazy. I am dangerous. They apply it to themselves, and that causes harm. They feel worse about themselves. They feel increasingly hopeless. Because what's the point? Because I am a lazy person. I am this kind of person. Why am I even trying? What people say about me is true. So self-stigma happens when people internalize public stigma. So what has been done? We know this is the case. We know this is the barrier. But actually, stigma and the effects of stigma are very hard to change. As I already alluded to, about physical illnesses, easier. Mental illnesses, a lot more difficult. So let me talk about the difficulties by talking about some research from the UK. So because a study published last year looked at the effectiveness of a program called Time to Change from England, which targeted how can we reduce mental health stigma and discrimination. It was launched in 2007, data collection 2009. I won't give you a lot of stats, don't worry. But in 10 years, 2009 to 2019, what has changed? So 10 years of a program. I feel like I should have a drum roll here, but 3.6% of people increased their knowledge of mental health. 3.2% of people became more tolerant and more positive towards community mental health care. And about 12% decreased their desire for social distance, which means living with, working with, living nearby, and even having a relationship with someone with a mental illness. So in 10 years, 5 to 10% of the population has changed. And that's a great reason why flash campaigns don't work. Because many studies, they do a 1 week, a 2-day course, and they're like, oh, look, it went down, but it doesn't actually last. The effects don't last. This is 10 years and 5 to 10% of the population change. If we want lasting change, we need something ongoing. Okay, but maybe you're saying, okay, they became more positive, but did this actually lead to behavioral change? Kinda. People that report less discrimination, but it's not sustained, not consistent. It kind of goes up and down. but overall a slight decrease. Does this mean everyone started seeking help? No. Lower discrimination isn't zero discrimination. So in 2009, 73% of people say, I'm going to be discriminated against. In 2014, people still said, this was the latest, I'm still going to be discriminated against. So people continue to hide their mental illness from others. They're still afraid of being discriminated because it doesn't matter if the public says, no, I don't mind it anymore. The fear doesn't just go away tomorrow. So has this been replicated? Well, other longitudinal studies in Western countries found that mental health literacy is improving. Like today, we know more about mental health, but overall, no change in help-seeking behaviors. People are not coming forward. Do attitudes towards all mental illnesses change? No. A study from Germany showed that while people became more aware and knowledgeable about mental illness, so this study looked at 1990 to 2001, stigma towards depression improved somewhat. Stigma towards schizophrenia actually got worse. So we can't talk about mental illness stigma as in such a broad term too. It's different. Different illnesses, actually, some are more stigmatized than others. And we have to be aware of that as we develop campaigns. Not everything is equal. And I'm assuming some of you are young. I can't see your faces, but since this is a school, so it's an age thing. You know, these old people. I work a lot with university students, and now they're all, you know, they refer to like, oh, these boomers, and I was like, oh, maybe I'm one of them, but I won't say it. Okay, but actually, a study looking at help seeking among university students, of tracking from 1968, super old, to 2008. Actually found that attitudes towards help seeking has become increasingly negative. So it's not an old people thing. It's all of us. In our society, somehow we're not making much progress. Stigma is hard to change. It's complicated. Not impossible, but complicated. Okay. So how? I probably am going over time, but I'm really keen to tackle this with you guys. So, but a key story that emerged from this year's Olympic Games, Simone Biles, one of the world's most decorated athletes, withdrew from the Olympics team, saying that she was not in the right headspace to continue. She has mental health concerns. Okay, what was the reception? Most people said yes. New York Times said she demonstrated a true champion mindset. Her golden moment was to embrace vulnerability. Other people said she's inspiring change and helping to break the stigma of mental health. Okay, so why do you think her move to drop out of Olympics to work on mental health was applauded? So imagine some of you here have a group project due tomorrow. You decided not to do it because of mental health concerns. What will people do? Will your professors applaud you for being vulnerable? Will your friends say, yes, you should? Good for you. You're brave. If you decide to take a semester off school, you take 3 months off leave from work because of mental health concerns. Will people thank you for setting an example? Because if Naomi Osaka and Simone Biles can do it, why not you and me? Because I think that some of you here probably need some time off. Strange, isn't it? We have a different set of rules for them. We don't quite see them as people like us. They're not part of an in-group. We might say, oh, they're high level. They've proven themselves, of course. Of course they can take a break, but I haven't done something great yet. I don't deserve it. I do think what they did was great. They should be applauded, but for making a decision is right for them. But why only them? Why not us? So if we really want to change the stigma of mental health and mental illness, we need to do much more than what we're doing. We need more than just knowledge. We need more than a story about celebrity. We need more than just contact with 1 or 2 people. We need to connect with the mental health stories around us. Stories that one day, if not now, in the future, might be our own. And we need to be the ones to take the risk, advocate for our mental health. Patrick Corrigan is a renowned researcher of stigma and mental illness. And he says, still, if the future research supports the findings, he ran a study on whether it's effective, we expect that disclosure stories from non-celebrities, the people we sit next in school, at work, doing faith-based services at family holidays will be the greatest way to tear down the public stigma of mental illness. So what can we do? Changing the public stigma, we need social contact. That's been one of the most effective interventions in the short term. It's more effective than actually just education or protesting stigma. And because we're in a medical school, I just want to highlight mental illness stigma is not just high among mental health care professionals. It's actually more difficult to change than the public, because healthcare professionals become so familiar with seeing people with mental illnesses, they actually stop listening and connecting. They stop hoping that recovery is possible, and they begin to see people just as patients. So it's not enough to learn. It's about reflecting on what you're learning. And so some new studies are showing healthcare professionals need a lot more intervention than non-healthcare professionals. Problem-based learning has some evidence that might be helpful. We need to spend time reflecting about stigma, the impact of stigma, and to remember that people with mental illnesses can live in recovery and live successfully. How can we change self-stigma? Talk about your mental illness. Disclosing your mental illness has been found to improve well-being, reduce self-stigma. There's a program called the Honest, Open, and Proud program. Some of you students may like to start it at your university because it's peer-led. It helps you reflect on your attitudes towards yourself. Look at the pros and cons of self-disclosure and how to talk about your story if you do decide to disclose. And then whatever we do, we need it long-term. This is amazing initiative by Newcastle University of Medicine, Malaysia. But we need this campaign not just once, but ongoing, every year. We need everyone on board. We need the whole system, all levels of the organization to buy in to changing the stigma of mental illness. We need people to stop only saying, if you need help, you go seek help. We need people to also say, when I needed help, or when I need help, I see a psychologist, a counselor, a psychiatrist. We need more funding. We need more and better resources. And people need to know that we will stand by our word when we say, if you seek help, there will be no repercussions. We will support you. And because we're in academia, we need research. We need to invest in more research to help us discover new ideas, because actually we don't actually know how to do it in our context, what works for our culture. There's very little research on interventions of mental health stigma in Malaysia. We don't know much. So we need better studies, more studies than what's currently published. So I'll wrap up quickly. 80% of people will have a mental illness in their lifetime. It's not us versus them. I had depression about 5 years ago. It wasn't an easy recovery, actually. Despite all my knowledge, self-stigma kind of hit me, surprised me of how strong it was. So I didn't seek help for a year, you know? So I'm not here saying like, just do it because it's easy. And it wasn't easy. Even though I was no longer meeting the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for depression, the residual symptoms actually lasted about 2 or 3 years. But because it wasn't clinical enough, people weren't very understanding or empathetic. And because depression is a recurrent illness, there's a 50% chance I'll have a relapse. Not because I'm weak, but because that's the nature of the illness. The chances are you or someone you know has a mental illness right now. But it's not a life sentence. It doesn't stop us from living. The difficulties in living with a mental health condition isn't from just the health condition, it's also the social environment that limits participation and hinders ability. That's where the disability comes from. It's our attitudes, our policies, our rules and regulations that need to change. So if we work together to break the stigma, we uplift the health of an entire nation, improve the overall well-being of millions of people. So when can we start? Now. We have to act now because change is slow. If we get discouraged, if we stop, our future will not change. So let's fail fast and fail forward. Because a different future for mental health isn't in more technological advancements, more bots here, more therapy, more medication, because even if we come up with a miracle cure, no one will use it if the barrier of stigma remains. So a different future lies with us. And actually, I often tell people, nothing's going to change today, tomorrow, 5 years and 10 years, because that's what the research shows, but it doesn't matter. We're not here to be heroes. We don't need to be Neo. I don't know how young you are, but from the Matrix, the one. We just need to be someone who changes our own attitudes and behaviors. We need to be that person who lays one step, one brick of possibility on the path towards a different future. We need to be the someone who realizes all of us have prejudices against mental illness, so we can intentionally, actively not stigmatize against others and ourselves. We need to be the someone who doesn't just tell someone else to seek help, but we need to tell our story of recovery honestly, proudly, courageously. We need to be the someone who applauds other people, family members, friends, and colleagues for being brave and advocating for their mental health. And the hardest, we need to be someone who applauds. Oh, that's my my headphones just dropped out, but it's okay. We need to be the someone who applauds ourselves, and that's the hardest, especially when no one else does, because only you know how difficult it is. Only you know how much strength it kind of took you to get out of bed, to do the simple things, to respond to the text message, to take a shower. So you celebrate your recovery journey, because all the applause for someone famous, that's for you too. So let's not wait for someone else to take the lead, for someone else to create a change. We can be that someone today. Sorry for running over time, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chua. And rightfully said, we need to talk about mental illnesses if we want to continue creating awareness. And we definitely need to work together to break the stigma. And now is the time for that. Thank you once again, Dr. Chua. This very nicely leads to our next plenary speaker, who will share insights on how changing stress and anxiety into positive energy helped him overcome the darkest period in his life. It now gives me great pleasure in welcoming the Iron Man himself, Azran Osman Rani. Good morning, Azran, and thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Azran is no stranger to Malaysians. He's one of the most well-known CEOs and entrepreneur, actively involved in the internet technology arena as the co-founder and investor to iFlix, MoneyMatch, Cognifix, and Yellow Porter. Prior to that, Azran was the founding CEO of AirAsia X and the world's pioneer low-cost long-haul airline. Azran co-founded and is the CEO of Naluri Hidup, a digital health technology company, and is dedicated to transforming mental health care in Asia by making it more accessible digitally. Azran is also the author of the book 30 Days of Curiosity and 30 Years of Purposefulness, a fresh take on creating an entrepreneurial culture that can transform how businesses operate. Azran has spoken extensively on the topics of mental health and mental fitness. One of his statements that is clearly embedded in my mind, that is, I want to help destigmatize mental health as a taboo subject, because as a society, we tend to only look at the topic mainly as an illness or weakness. And so without further ado, it gives me great pleasure in introducing our next plenary speaker, Azran Osman Rani. Azran?
Thank you so much for that warm welcome, and hello, friends from Newcastle University. Why is it that some people can perform and thrive under pressure while others are overwhelmed with stress and anxiety? So let's explore this today. So I'm Azran, co-founder of Naluri, and we are a digital health technology company that provides behavioral coaching for those at risk of chronic conditions like diabetes, heart diseases, and cancer, as well as depression, anxiety, and stress. And we use a lot of quantitative data. And we've seen spikes of 40 to 50% in levels of stress, anxiety, and depression this last 15 months throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, arising from massive uncertainties, economic and financial hardships, and disruptions in our work and lifestyle routines. So I'd like to invite you to grab a pen and paper or notebook, as I'll be asking some reflective questions throughout this session. Now, when things don't go according to plan, and we're hit with unexpected setbacks or challenges, there are usually two things that hold us back. First, we are all oriented to stick to what we're familiar and comfortable. Doing something new makes us uneasy. It's risky and unproven, and there may be more downside than upside. Especially if we've had past successes doing things one way, it becomes harder to change to a different approach. Second, we want other people to change. We think our boss or our client or our professor is wrong and they should change because we believe we are right. But facts don't win arguments. And expecting others to change means we surrender our fate, our happiness, our peace of mind to someone else. And since they're not likely to change, we wallow in our misery, our frustration, and resentment that eats away inside of us. So our ability to handle stresses and pressures requires us to have characteristics of positive mental health. Mental health isn't just an illness or weakness. We can also be mentally fit and healthy and be at the top of our game. Specifically, resilience is about a capacity to bounce back from failure and setbacks. And my team and I developed a framework, Think, to make this concept more tangible and practical, which I'll share with you today. So take control, hopeful outlook, informed actions, nurture yourself and nurture your support network, and knowing your goals. So to illustrate this further, I want to share a story from my personal life where nothing goes according to plan. In May 2018, while I was cycling in Kuala Lumpur as part of a regular triathlon training, a car came from behind and hit me very hard, leaving me unconscious. I woke up in that intensive care unit in the hospital with fractures on my skull, bleeding in my brain, 3 vertebrae in my spine fractured, 3 of my 4 limbs were in a cast, and a broken shoulder that required painful surgery. Sometimes life knocks you down hard, and in this case, literally knocked down hard. Now, as I lay in that hospital bed, I was overwhelmed with emotion, fear, anxiety, depression. What was going to happen to me? Will I be able to lead a normal life again? What was going to happen to the new business that I had just started and the employees that I hired? How will I provide for my family? And this accident happened just a few weeks after my wife was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and she had to postpone her thyroidectomy surgery to deal with my situation. So you can imagine the psychological trauma our family endured. All of us go through these negative emotions when we face setbacks or failures. I realized there was no way I could find answers to these big questions. So when things get overwhelming, I needed to focus on the smallest things that I could do that were within my control and put aside the worries of the bigger questions. So with the support from my family and hospital staff, I had to take control, the first element of resilience. I just focused on learning how to sit up from my bed and start to walk again. So on the 7th day, I started to take my first steps in the ward, even when one of my legs was fractured and my vision and balance was still disoriented. But this gave me momentum. I celebrated the small wins, keep focusing on what I can do rather than worry about things that were out of my control. I deliberately stopped thinking about the driver that hit me and told people who asked what happened to him that I didn't want to know. And I wasn't angry at him. I wanted to use all my energy to heal and get stronger and not waste it on feeling angry at someone else. So I want to invite you to reflect and think of a situation, either recently or in your past, where you faced a major setback or challenge, felt frustrated, angry, afraid, or ashamed, or some combination of these feelings. Now, with momentum, I could start to walk again on the treadmill from day 33, slowly increasing the time from just 5 minutes a day to 10 to 15 and 30 minutes. And by day 47, I could pick up the pace and start to run on the treadmill. My recovery journey, the joy came 2 months after that accident, when I could run outdoors again, that feeling of liberation and elation. And I hope we'll all soon feel this joy again once movement control restrictions are relaxed. But change and recovery is never a nice linear growth just because we start with the right goal, desire, and determination. Every now and again, things came crashing down for me. I would fall back into states of dark depression. Pain would come back and I needed medication to pull through. I had to endure painful physiotherapy sessions 5 days a week and just needed to keep going. Eventually, I reached a big psychological milestone to get back on my bicycle and ride outdoors again with my friends on day 84, less than 3 months from that accident, because I didn't want that accident to stop me from doing things that matter to me. So momentum fuels more momentum. And with more physio sessions and training, I worked on getting my shoulder and arm mobility as my broken shoulder healed. And on day 112, I could get back a full rotation on my arm and I could start swimming again in the pool. By then, I had a specific goal in mind. I wanted to get back to Ironman triathlon racing. And so I worked with my coaches and kept working on my strength and stamina and signed up for the Ironman triathlon race in Langkawi, Malaysia that November. This is important for me because being a triathlete was a big part of my identity. So on day 174, less than 6 months from that accident, I was able to complete the Ironman 70.3 Langkawi triathlon, swimming, cycling, and running. My motivation was that I wanted to tell my children, and for the parents out there, you know, our children don't listen to what we tell them. They learn by observing what we do. Same thing with our team members. And the message for my children is, life will knock us down hard, very hard, and we can't control what happens to us, but we can decide how we choose to respond. And that's why it's important to understand that our initial reactions and impulses to things that happen to us are automatic and they may limit us. And that's H, the second resilience element, to build and maintain a hopeful outlook, which can be trained. So why does this happen? Our brain is designed for one primary purpose, to keep us alive, our survival instinct, our Naluri. And the way our brain does this is that it steers us towards things that are familiar, things that are predictable and reliable. It doesn't like anything that's unknown, risky, or dangerous. Our brain receives 50 million sensory inputs every single moment, and we can only consciously process about 7 or 8. And so the brain filters out everything quickly based on these gut instincts. That's why when you meet someone, even before that person has said a single word, your brain's already made a judgment whether you like that person or not. But these quick judgments can be limiting. The brain may tell us we cannot do something because it hasn't seen us succeed before. It tells us to stick to what we're doing, the same things. And anything dangerous or unknown causes us a lot of stress. It's the brain's warning signs. Danger, danger, danger. What's your biggest stress trigger today? Now, my message to you today is that stress is necessary. We need stress to perform our best. So we don't want to avoid stress, but we need to learn how to respond to it positively. You see, stress is a biological response when the brain wants the body to spring into action. If the brain senses danger, right? For example, if that lion were to start chasing that antelope in the savannah, the antelope's body is going to experience a surge in stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, to get its heart to beat faster, the lungs to expand, and the antelope's muscles prime for action. Now, the lion who's chasing the antelope also needs to experience stress. The same stress hormones also makes the lion's heart beat faster, its lungs to expand, and its muscles prime for action in order to catch the antelope. Because if the lion doesn't catch its prey for several days, it may starve to death. Now, in today's modern world, hopefully none of you have to experience the threat of a lion chasing you. But today's threat may come from our boss being angry at us, our clients being upset. We experience pressure from performance targets, or maybe our spouse or partner is unhappy with us. We experience the same hormonal reactions as if a lion is chasing us. So stress occurs whether we're the predator or the prey, but we choose how we respond. You can respond as the prey or victim, or you can respond as the predator ready for action. And that's why the next step in resilience is to train our instincts and impulses, our Naluri, from reacting impulsively to responding intentionally with informed actions. Now, for some of us, even when the threat hasn't yet emerged, the boss is not yet angry, the customer's not yet upset, we still have time to achieve our performance targets, or our partner is not yet unhappy, but we anticipate that it might happen, and it already causes these stress hormones to surge. That is anxiety, where we become worried about potential threats that have not yet emerged. And when we worry, these videos keep playing in our head over and over. And for some other people, once the threats have passed, we still can't stop the videos from playing in our head. That is what we call depression. When something that has already passed, sometimes long ago, like childhood trauma, the memories keep playing in our heads and we keep feeling depressed. So when was the last episode of anxiety or depression that you experienced? All of us go through it. If you've never had it, you are a robot. But 80% of us can self-recover, while the others may need help to get through it. Now, to illustrate what happens to our bodies when we experience prolonged stress, anxiety, and depression, consider this interesting fact. When I complete an Ironman triathlon race in Langkawi, in that one day of swimming 4 kilometers, cycling 180 kilometers, and then running 42 kilometers, I burn a staggering 6,000 calories. That's 10 plates of nasi lemak. And by the end of the day, I would have lost 2 to 3 kilograms of weight. But a world champion chess grandmaster competing in a world championship chess tournament also burns 6,000 calories, also lose 2 to 3 kilograms of weight. That's right. No need to exercise, right? Just play chess. Just kidding. Clearly, this is not from the physical activity of moving chess pieces around, but from the brain working really hard, thinking about multiple chess scenarios 50 moves ahead. Because our brains represent only 2% of our body's weight, but it consumes over 20% of all the calories that we eat. That is why when we're overwhelmed with stress, anxiety, and depression, with all the negative thoughts playing over and over in our heads, we become physically fatigued and tired. And over time, we even become sick with high blood pressure and diabetes and heart diseases. So learning to build resilience and optimism and perseverance requires us to learn how do we control these videos playing in our head of the anxious thoughts of the future or depressed thoughts of the past. Now, first, it's important for us to understand and be aware of the early signs and symptoms of burnout that can lead to depression and anxiety from prolonged stress and pressure. These include signs of physical fatigue, soreness, and muscle tightness, or irregular sleep due to insomnia, not enough sleep, or hypersomnia, too much sleep, because sleep's function is to rejuvenate and maintain our brain health. Appetite changes, either suddenly not eating or eating too much, is another indicator, as are significant mood swings, being short-tempered and quickly irritable and having outbursts, or fever and dizziness and sickness, but also disengagement, especially in the work context where people suddenly stop delivering work that they promised they would, stop responding to workplace messages or jokes, and stop contributing to team meetings. So which of these 6 signs might you have been experiencing this last 1 month? And how intense did you feel this? Having worked with over 50 companies and assessing over 30,000 employees, we see a consistent distribution of prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress among Malaysian employees. Typically, about 40% have elevated levels of depression, 60% have elevated levels of anxiety, and 30% have elevated levels of stress. Of this, between 7 to 20% have clinical levels of severity where the employees are no longer able to perform their daily tasks and need professional care intervention. So if you feel this, you're not alone. And when we slice the data deeper, we see an interesting generational or age factor where young millennials, employees under 30, have between 40 to 79% higher levels of depression and anxiety compared to older employees above 40. And that's why many leaders and bosses and professors can't relate to or understand why their younger employees or students are facing mental health pressures at a much higher intensity than what they've experienced themselves. So there are multiple factors that contribute to these generational differences, from financial stress due to cost of living escalation outstripping wage increases, a digital lifestyle with too many choices that lead to a fear of missing out, shorter attention spans from digital notifications, or inexperience from hardships and setbacks to bounce back from. Okay, how do we become mentally healthier and help our team members to do the same? There are 2 things I want to share with you. First, it's mind wandering. The average person experiences mind wandering 47% of the time when they're awake. That means the brain is thinking of another thought instead of the task that you're supposed to do. For example, when you listen to me on this webinar, half of you may actually be doing something else, like checking your WhatsApp message or your social media, answering emails, or writing a report. I can see you. And that's what one habit that most of us are guilty of, which is simultaneous multitasking. How many of you are multitasking right now? We think we're being productive by doing several things at once, but that's not what's happening. Our brain cannot multitask. It does one thing at a time. And what we're actually doing is jumping from one task to the other every few seconds, right? 7 seconds, WhatsApp message, 10 seconds, listen to the webinar, 12 seconds, write the email, 9 seconds, talk to someone else. And each time we shift from one task to the other, it takes the brain more energy to make that switch. So for those of you who think you're being productive by having multiple windows and apps on different devices open simultaneously, I'm sorry to say you're being less productive. Imagine a car where you keep accelerate, then brake, and accelerate, then brake, and turn every few seconds. That wears down the engine very fast and burns more petrol. Non-stop acceleration, braking, and turning will wear down the engine. So driving efficiently is when we drive at a constant speed in one direction and only make turns periodically. So building mental fitness, right, resilience and optimism, focus and curiosity and social connectedness doesn't happen by chance. Nor is it going to happen suddenly because you listen to this one webinar. It's like if you went to the gym once and spent 2 hours lifting weights, all you're going to get are sore muscles and you swear you'll never set foot in the gym again. Strength comes from daily or regular routines and practices, and it applies the same to both physical strength and mental fitness and resilience. So here are some things to show on how we can build mental fitness to nurture ourselves, the fourth element of that path to resilience. First, we've all heard of mindfulness or meditation exercises. These are exercises to train our focus and concentration on what we're doing in the present to minimize those anxious thoughts of the future or depressive thoughts of the past. Now, you might think, I don't have time to add mindfulness exercises to my already busy schedule, but you can incorporate it within your existing tasks, right? Like spend 25 minutes, just write the report, shut down all notifications, and don't multitask. When it comes to emails, do it in batches, then close the browser and move on to another task and don't come back again for another couple of hours. Even tonight, when you have dinner with your families, learn to have dinner and be present with our families instead of trying to simultaneously send WhatsApp messages while you eat or watch TV while you eat. Exercise also plays an important part in getting our body better able to handle stress and pressure. But some exercises are better than others for stress management. What counts is regular exercise, 5 to 6 times a week, even if it's only 10 minutes a day, rather than doing 2 hours once a week. And doing it at the right heart rate intensity. Not too low, not too intense, about 120 to 140 beats per minute, depending on your age and medical condition. Because it's at this intensity that works best for the dentate gyrus in our hippocampus, which regulates and stabilizes our mood. So even during lockdowns and quarantines, there are ways to get movement that we need. Next, sleep, so crucial for stress management. Remember what I shared earlier about minimizing those anxious thoughts of the future or depressive thoughts of the past? Well, when we sleep, there are these glial cells in our brains that act like a gardener taking out weeds from the garden. It prunes away those anxious or depressive thoughts that are ruminating in our heads. That's why many of us feel much more clear-headed after a good night's sleep. Now, diets also make a big difference to our capacity to handle stress. We need magnesium from spinach to pumpkin seeds to almonds to help us control our stress cortisol hormones. We need lean protein sources and plenty of fiber for more consistent energy levels throughout the day, rather than sugary or high-carb foods that cause spikes and crashes throughout the day. Remember my point earlier about how many calories stress and anxiety consumes? But a word of caution on diets. There's no one universal perfect diet because we're all genetically different. Our insulin hormone responds differently to different types of food, and regulating our blood glucose levels are critical in stress management. But different people have different glucose sensitivities. So one final point to add on mental fitness and resilience. Most of us are familiar with stress-induced hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, that get our heart to beat faster, our lungs to expand, and our muscles prime intense. But our bodies are also sending out another hormone, oxytocin. Oxytocin is also called the love hormone or the cuddle hormone. It helps us build human bonds of connection. It surges through a mother with a newborn baby. Because for thousands of years, humans have evolved to deal with threats, from the coldest winters, the harshest droughts, when we were attacked by predators and enemy. The way we survived was that we bonded together as a tribe. When we're alone, we're less likely to survive. So human connection is a critical part of building mental fitness and resilience. So a key part of resilience is to already have a support network, the second N, mentors, coaches, and friends that energize us, replenish our spirit, and are there for us without judging us. Not all family members or friends are positive for us. Choosing the right people and nurturing those relationships are important. And the sixth and final element of building resilience is knowing your goals. You have likely heard of the African proverb. Every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up and knows that it must run faster than the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning, the lion wakes up and knows it must outrun the slowest gazelle or it will starve to death. So it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. When the sun comes up, you'd better be running. However, to be resilient and effective, we need a clear direction on where we should be running towards. So I want you to privately write down how you will finish these 3 sentences, reflecting on what you've learned from my presentation. I think, ... What has this spurred? What thought has come up into your mind? I feel ... What are you feeling right now? And lastly, I will ... What action are you going to take right now? Because that's where it starts. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention and focus. And hopefully you'll now have some ideas on how to build mental resilience and tenacity to deal with the inevitable surprises and challenges and obstacles that might lie ahead, knowing that you have it in you to charge through all of them and achieve your goals. All the best.
Thank you, Azran. Thank you for that brilliant talk. There's so many nuggets to take away, and you know, it's fantastic. And seriously, what an amazing journey. Thank you for sharing that with us. If it's okay with you, we'd like to take a couple of questions from the audience.
Sure.
So the first question, working from home. So working from home is taxing for many, with some not having a proper working environment.
Sure.
And work-life balance seems sometimes hard to achieve and can cause stress on so many levels. And you have shared many wonderful tips. But how do you recommend employees and employers draw the line between what is private life and work life to avoid burning out too quickly?
Well, the first thing is to have an explicit conversation. Many people make assumptions. Many people feel frustrated, but they don't bring it up. One way that we do it, for example, is during the pandemic, we moved from a single daily check-in to twice daily. We do 9 to 9:15 in the morning, where we align our priorities for the day. And then we do an evening checkout at 5:45 to 6 o'clock. That's important because at that meeting, and it's not a long 1-hour meeting, it's 15 minutes. What did we get done today? What did we not get done today? And what, if any, are things that do need to continue working at night? Because the reality is we're in a high pressure situation, and there may be deadlines and pressures that sometimes we need team members to work later at night. But my job as a leader is to manage the energy levels of my team. So I want to be aware that maybe it's 1 or 2 nights a week and not 4 to 5 nights a week. And be clear what can wait until the next day. Because if we don't make that explicit, people tend to keep working because they think it's expected of them. So as a leader, that's our job. How do we manage the energy levels of our team? Because this is not going to go away in 2 or 3 weeks. It might stay for 2 to 3 years.
Definitely, definitely. I totally agree with you. I think the check-in is really, really important. And so at Newcastle, one of the things that we do with our teams is to have a non-work catch-up. So we don't discuss about work at all. It's about us to connect with each other. And we try and do it once a week. But what you have just shared is excellent. So this brings me on to my next question. Do you think organizations are doing enough, in discussing mental health issues and helping employees who are suffering from them?
Well, I'm definitely heartened that I'm seeing a lot more corporate leaders step up. When we first started Naluri in 2017, 2018, there wasn't a lot of appetite for specific mental health support. We were dealing more with issues like diabetes or heart diseases or high blood pressure, because that's what's contributing to 60 to 70% of medical claims and sick leave. But today, having had the privilege of supporting the largest companies in Malaysia, oil and gas companies and telecom companies and banks and consumer goods companies and technology companies, as well as a range of startups, we have corporate leaders now coming up to say, this is important for us. This is what we're going to do as a company to provide the resources to help our employees, right? And this is what I'm going to do as a leader to emulate the culture that provides psychological safety. So while yes, we have a long way to go, I'm really excited that many corporate leaders are taking this issue very seriously now.
Excellent, excellent. Final question. If you had a magic wand, and what is the one thing you would change about mental health and why?
Well, yeah, I'm a big advocate of mental fitness, meaning it's like physical health, right? Like you don't want to wait until you are sick and then you go to a doctor. You want to take care of your physical health so that you avoid going to see the doctor until maybe you're very old, right? How do you physically take care of your physical health, right? Whether it's you're eating well, you're sleeping right, you're eating healthily. We need to have that same conversation about mental health, where we address mental health as a positive part, right? How do we build resilience? How do we build optimism? How do we train people on focus? How do we train people on curiosity? These are all attributes of positive mental health. And we need to do the same things the way you would train physical health, right? So you can put all kinds of training programs and activities to teach people how do you build these mental muscles of focus and concentration and optimism and curiosity and resilience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Azran. Once again, thank you so much for taking the time out of your very, very busy schedule to be with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this session. Next up, the much awaited panel discussion, Vocalizing Our Mental Health. See you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Mental health is a crucial part of our overall health, yet it's often a hushed topic of discussion, if it's even discussed at all. This is largely due to the stigma that has long surrounded mental illnesses, which often prevents people from seeking treatment. The upcoming panel discussion will bring together the different players in the mental health scene in Malaysia, providing multifaceted perspectives on mental wellness and the way forward, with insights on how all layers of society can do our part in transforming mental health conversations and ending stigmas related to it. Joining us today as one of the panelists is Dr. Chua Sook Ning. Dr. Chua is the founder of Relate Malaysia, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to the provisions of mental health services, education, training, and advocacy since 2015. As a renowned mental health advocate, Dr. Chua has been a sought-after speaker over the past 10 years, appearing on radio and in print medium, as well as delivering 3 TEDx talks since 2017. Up next, we have Dr. Suri Charles, an educational specialist and clinical child psychologist. With more than 20 years in the education and wellness landscape, and her unique perspective having wrestled with ADHD and combined with decades of academic excellence and clinical experience, assists her in guiding families and children. We're also pleased to have with us Miss Diana Daniel. Miss Diana is no stranger to us, an American-born Malaysian actress and singer. Starting her career at the tender age of 11, she primarily worked on television and film. Having previously suffered from mental health issues, Diana hopes that by sharing her experience, it would help create awareness about mental instabilities among Malaysians. Our final panelist is Miss Cynthia Kamveru, a new Med MBBS Year 4 student who has a special interest in mental health and is a keen advocate on this matter. Last but not least, please join me in welcoming the moderator of this panel discussion, Aiman Amri, also known as Aiman Psychology. Aiman is a mental health advocate who works tirelessly in spreading mental health awareness amongst Malaysians. He is a speaker and book author who wants to educate the society on this topic through talks, social media channels, and writing on his own website, imanpsychology.com. Now, without further ado, I'll turn the time over to our next session.
Okay, thank you, Miss Pramila. And hello, everyone. Hopefully, everyone is okay. Everyone's still good. And one thing that we have to understand that today is Saturday and it's morning. So the kind of question we are asking to ourselves, what are you doing here? I guess my point is we are honored that you choose to be here during the weekend, in the morning. I believe that this is the time when you can attend a session learning about mental health issue while in your pajamas. So that's a good thing about this program today. Okay, without further ado, I believe that Ms. Pramila already introduced all the panelists today. Just a simple introduction, simple greetings to every panelist. How are you? Let's start with Dr. Chua. How are you, Dr. Chua? You good?
Good. I'm so excited to actually meet you. I'll plug Ayman's Ayman's social media. He's super active and I really love the things he put out. So, and pleased to meet everyone here as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chua, for being here. And Dr. Suri, how are you today?
I feel good. Da, 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 da. The way that I should.
I think the new generation doesn't know that song. I think.
Thank you for having me here today.
Okay, thank you as well for coming here, Dr. Suri. What about you, Miss Diana? How are you, Miss Diana?
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And I am surviving on 2 hours of sleep, so I may be lagging, but everything's good. I'm in my pajamas. You just can't see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Miss Diana, for spending your time to be here, even though you didn't have any sleep and enough sleep yet.
No worries.
Okay, and last but not least, Miss Cynthia, how are you today, this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Good, good. Feel energized to be with all of you today. Yeah, so today, for the audience, for the audience, our session today, I hope you are well as well. And today, what we're going to discuss together, what I hope that before we begin our session today is to have a one set of mentality. I hope that all of you today have this one set of mentality, perceiving that mental health is as important as physical health. Just as how we see, for example, people with broken leg, or people with an issue with their fever, or they have a sneezing and they're not feeling well in terms of physical issue, we want to have the same treatment, the same perception towards someone with mental health issues. So I hope that you get that kind of mentality before we begin our session, because today we want to achieve what we call to raise awareness about mental health in Malaysia. So we have various experts today, also survivor, to talk about their experience, and hopefully this session will be beneficial to all of you. Let's start with the first question. I want to ask, let's start with Dr. Chua. Dr. Chua, as a clinical psychologist, I have the opportunity to attend your session, multiple sessions before this, and this is not my first time seeing you. My first time I'm seeing Dr. Chua was during your workshop about caregivers for mental health survivor in PJ, I'm not mistaken. That was way before COVID-19. So this is the new normal that we have to live with. So Dr. Chua, we all know that mental health involves a balance in all aspects of life. Just like we have to eat for our physical health, we have to socialize with others for our social health, and we have to have a place or have someone to talk about our feelings for our emotional health. So when it comes to mental health, we all aware that mental health is supposed to be the instrumental or to have a quality living and personal growth to someone. But the question is, just like when we not feeling well in terms of physical health, we're not having enough physical food, we feel hungry. We not have enough emotional food, we feel sort of lonely. And we don't have enough emotional and social. But what about mental health? How do we know that we have a problem with our mental health or not? And by knowing either we okay or not, how can it improve on our mental health being? Dr. Chua.
It's like you start with such a hard question. This is a great question. So well, let me try not to be a lecturer and get too long-winded. But I will maybe break it down to, as you rightly pointed out, we have physical needs, and so our psychological needs. So there's this great theory called self-determination theory. And so really a lot of research points to 3 psychological needs. Our basic needs are to feel connected or related, to feel authentic, and the last one is to feel a sense of mastery and effectiveness. So I think if you have a sense that you're not getting those needs met, right? Maybe that would be an easier way. I'm not getting these needs satisfied. I'm not feeling connected. I feel lonely. I'm not feeling effective. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not improving. I always feel like to hide who I am. I feel so controlled by the environment. I always have to pretend to do things that I don't want to do. That's probably a sign that your mental health isn't great, because when our needs are satisfied, that's actually been linked to well-being and life satisfaction. And the second thing is, like, often we don't know. We don't know because honestly, we don't want to know. We don't want to know that we're depressed. I didn't know I was depressed until my family told me. It took me, I think, 3 months. And you can diagnose depression in 2 weeks, right? Because all the medical students like DSM-5. Okay, so, but we know we can diagnose. It took me 3 months, and because I kept saying, no, I'm just stressed, right? And we can just we don't want to kind of face the possibility that we could be ill. So I would say, don't burden yourself with needing to diagnose yourself. If you don't feel great, just talk to someone. Like, why do you need to wait until you know for sure? Just have a chat, meet a counselor, psychologist, psychiatrist, maybe not yet. So I'll go with a psychologist and a counselor. No obligation to go back, but have a chat about what's going on. And even if you're not ill or you are ill, that chat may bring up some things that you might want to work on, some issues of your life that you might think, okay, that's actually bringing me down. That's actually things, that's the area I'm not being connected. That's the area I'm not having that sense of mastery. That's the area I'm not having authenticity. And so if I want to do better, if I want to feel better, those are the areas I need change in.
So by knowing that when, as you mentioned, that we start to recognize that we some sort of having an issue with our mental health. As we know that during this, we are currently in, okay, I already lost track. Is it MCO, EMCO, RMCO, yes, PKP, so on?
CO lah, that's all we know. Okay, we've got a CO going on.
Yeah, CO going, pandemic lah, global pandemic is going on in Malaysia. And yeah, we understand that to get a professional help during this hard time is quite challenging. Not only that you have to go through appointment, even for clinic kesihatan, you go for an appointment, and to get professional help in terms of mental health is also an issue or a challenge because of the long queue. So what are your suggestions that we can do while waiting for our appointment to improve our mental well-being when we are staying at home, to stay sane, so to speak?
Yeah, and you raise a great point. I think one is what it tells us is that we weren't prepared. We kept asking people to get help, and when people actually did, we weren't prepared to handle the numbers. So this actually is a call for us to invest in mental health care now, because we've seen the numbers grow and you have a long wait list even at Relate, because we don't have enough staff and we don't have enough funding, and so the problems keep piling up. So this shows us that if we keep saying go seek help, we need to have the resources to provide to people when they actually seek help. But if you don't have that option right now, there are a number of great self-help resources online. I can't recall them on top of my head, but I'll look at them when it's not my turn to answer the question, and I'll type that in the chat. And so you can start looking at self-help things online, websites, their books, and think about your immediate circle. Is there anyone you can trust? And so you don't need to think, I got to tell them all my secrets. I got to tell them everything. But no, if you're not ready, but you maybe can think, maybe I can tell them something. Maybe I can just tell them, I've been feeling a little bit lonely and I need some support. You don't have to drop. If you're not ready to tell everything, that's okay. But I think we can start telling something. We need the support, and that's the key thing. We can't do this alone. And so maybe you don't have someone that you trust absolutely, but maybe you can find someone that you trust a little bit, and they can handle a little bit. And as you tell them and they respond in a way that is supportive, you can tell them a little bit more. So, but take the first step, which is a little bit of a risk, and start seeking support with the resources you have.
I see. That's a good point. I love it when you mention that sometimes everyone have their different capacity to trust someone else. I always say that I always believe that when it comes to expressing our thoughts, expressing our emotion, we all have different kind of wall. Some people have as thin as a kulit bawang, the onion skin, so thin that when you ask them, hey, how are you today? Oh, I'm not feeling good today. I feel so stressed with my assignment and so on. But some of us have this kind of like Great Wall of China. Hey, how are you today? Yeah, good. But inside, no one knows about it because they have this such a high wall, a Great Wall of China, that it's hard for them to trust someone else. But that's related to an adult issue, because when we as adult, we could say that we have a better emotional regulation. We know who to trust. We know who to speak about our heart, about our emotion. But what about the children, the students? Nowadays, we know that during the PDPR, pengajian and pembelajaran dari rumah, or ODL, online open distance learning, it's quite a challenge for the pupil, especially the students, to deal with. They have the lack of social interaction with the friends, and they cannot see their friend after school. It's a challenge for them. For us as adults, already a challenge. What about the children? So I would like to ask Dr. Suri, as someone with a lot of experience as a clinical child psychologist, based on our work in data 2017, anxiety has been the biggest issue for the people around the world. If I'm not mistaken, the statistic around 3.87 or almost 4%, which is a lot from the whole population of the world. And in National Health Mobility Survey in 2017, it is found that anxiety has been the most common mental issues among the society, and especially for the people with the age 10 until 17 years old. We would say today as a student, they are struggling with anxiety as well. And I've been known that Ministry of Education has been running a Healthy Mind program in 2011 until now. But the prevalence of anxiety among the school children, especially now, where they have the lack social interaction with others, they can only see the teacher through the screen, computer. So would you mind explain to us briefly about the program and what step can we do to improve the program? And also maybe you can add more, we as a parent, or maybe as a brother, as a sister, what can we do to help this younger and high-risk population?
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I think, well, before I jump straight into the answering your question, I think, first of all, let me get set the record straight. Well, I'm not a civil servant. I'm not working for any government or representing any NGOs. Okay, I'm a 100% entrepreneur and social entrepreneur. So I'm independent and I'm neutral party. Don't shoot the messenger. All right, so I don't want to step on anybody's toes. So to be honest, actually, I moved to Malaysia in 2011, and so it's about 10 years now. So Healthy Mind program, to be honest, I actually have not heard about it until like recently. To talk about the program itself, let's take a look at the framework first. Okay, so the framework of the Healthy Mind program is to actually raise awareness about mental health, to recognize the early signs, to reduce the stigma associated with it, and then to also understand what mental health problem is and the cause of the problem. And it's usually done through meetings, conferences, events, seminars, and webinars such as today. And from what I find out, that the target audiences are mostly teachers and school personnel. Okay, and then the second part of the framework is actually mental health screening. Okay, so where they help to identify, early mental health problems through screening using, the assessment tools that may help prevent or to further escalate the mental health illness. And then also to screen those who actually have a history of mental health. So that screening is to actually check on the level of mental health condition, if there's a need to refer for treatment to the appropriate mental health care providers. And this one here, a lot of times, these mental health programs, usually the target audience is for students 16 years old and above. Okay, so those who are under 16 do not have access to this program. Again, I may be wrong, but this is from what I researched. And I've asked a few people around, there are mental health programs in schools that's being promoted in schools. So what it does is that it helps, it's kind of like an intervention where they could provide counseling services to students, and again, 16 years old and above, as they do realize and understand that the social and academic implications due to mental health issues. But then again, that's like for students 16 years and above. So the guidance and counseling services in schools, they have 4 approaches. Okay, so that's like prevention, development, recovery, crisis. I passed my test. So 4 approaches. Those are the 4 approaches that they have implemented through the guidance and counseling services in school. How is it done? It's like, they have during assembly times, like a 5 to 10 minutes briefing during assembly times, during morning assemblies, they distribute pamphlets and brochures on how to deal with stress. They have posters related to mental health, notice boards and stuff like that. So those are the guidance and, counseling services that they have. Now, the thing is that, so if you look at it, the Healthy program, BRIEF, is actually allows everyone, but students who are 16 years old and above, teachers and school personnel, to learn how to develop and maintain a healthy, balanced emotional life, and to be at the best regardless of external circumstances, and especially during this pandemic, right? It's really tough. So it's basically that cognitive resilience that, they want students and, adults to actually have. So that's what the brief, explanation on what the program is, or how it works. So, in terms of like, how can we improve the program? See, this is the thing, right? I mean, it's like they're targeting for students 16 years old and above, but how about students younger than that? I mean, I've heard and I've been told a lot, like sometimes parents would tell me like, my child is only 6 years old. What stress are you talking about? How can children be stressed? They just eat, sleep, and play and go to school. That's all it is. How can they be depressed? How can they have all of this stress? Well, children are human beings too. They have emotions. In fact, they have stronger emotions because they do not know how to handle all of those emotions. So, the thing is that we need to, it will be great. Again, this is just my suggestions, okay? It would be great if we can actually, the program can reach out to wider targets, audience. Maybe, like I said, children starting 3 years old and above. I mean, we have children who has PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, from childhood trauma. We know that nowadays we have a lot of cases of abuse, children being abused by caregivers, by teachers. So anytime when children goes through that kind of trauma, it may develop into PTSD. Okay, we're talking about physical, so social, emotional, sexual abuse, all of that. So we need to reach out the wider targets. We need to make it this program 3 A's. What are the 3 A's? Available, accessible, and affordable to all. And not just in school or for the school personnel or professional teachers and all of that. It should be available, accessible, and affordable to all. Okay, we need to provide, and Dr. Chua said that earlier. There's lack of we don't have enough manpower, and then budgeting and funding is also always the case. Like, oh, we got no budget, oh, we got no funding. So how are we going to provide all these services if we don't have the main key thing to actually run this program? So, we're going to have to provide an increased number of allied mental health care professionals in all schools, hospitals, clinics, in every district, because we also know that those who live, the rurals and suburbans, they're not getting the access. Some of them have never even heard of this program because, this program will only run in certain schools. So that's discriminating. That alone, to me, that's discriminating. Okay, because we're not getting equal opportunity. All right, so schools, they have PTA, Parents Teachers Association. Why not organize a monthly parenting program to raise awareness, educate parents on mental health issues and topics for the children? A lot of parents are not aware because, again, this is the whole mindset that children do not have stress, children do not get depressed, children do not get anxious or nervous, all of that, which is a myth. Okay, so we need to dispel all of those myths. We need to, perhaps provide group support, that include a mix of one-on-one sessions and also small group sessions, kind of like a AAA group. I understand the culture here is slightly different where, if you have like a small group session, sometimes, parents or adults, they feel kind of protective. They don't want to talk about the problems because they don't want anybody to know about their problems, because again, this is a social stigma and we live in a society that is a safe-based society. So, a lot of things they don't want to talk about publicly or even in a small group. And then, there's also a case of, there's also concern of private and confidentiality where, what happens here stays right here, not outside the door. But then as soon as everyone walks out of the door, and that, the whole news will be all over the place. So that's also another issue. And we need to train psychologists to conduct and facilitate mental health workshops for children by age groups. Okay, weekly or monthly, mental health clinic to their parents, because the parents are the frontliners. They're the first person who actually cares for these kids. So they need to know and they need to understand all of these things. So providing, mental health clinic to parents, that will be excellent. And then in terms of school, to offer mental health program to different age groups, which you can actually fit in. I know that they already have this mental health curriculum developed. So you can actually fit that into the school year class schedule, or if you don't have that time, because, especially now if everything is online, it can be also integrated as into before and after school care over the weekends during school holidays. Promote and advert in social media. I mean, social media is such a powerful thing now. TikTok, everybody is doing TikTok. I don't, okay, I don't do TikTok. You can promote and advert a mental health program, or awareness in social media, local TVs, radio stations, billboards, and everywhere. Make use of all of this platform to promote and advertise and raise awareness and educate the public about mental health, issues. And then, of course, it has to be an ongoing and continuous effort. It's not just one time off, one webinar, one seminar, 100,000 conferences and events, and that's it. Or we just do it by trend, depending on the case. Like recently, we've heard about the case in Singapore where the high school student went into school, got an axe, and killed a classmate. That's unfortunate. So this kind of things, it's not something that we can just do one time off or just follow by the trend and then we like, okay, oh yes, this is an issue, let's talk about it, let's do a seminar, let's do a conference, all of these things, and then after that everything dies out. That's it. What's next? Mental health, physical health, emotional health, all of that is not just a one-time thing. Okay, it can come and goes. It follows us as we go through phases of life and development. So that's going to be like, roller coaster ride, right? Life is like a roller coaster ride anyways. It's going up, something down, but at the end of the day, we still, during that ride, we're just going to hang on tight because we know that at the end of the day, we'll come up, okay, we'll survive this ride. So yeah, so those are the things that, they could actually help to promote, and make it, mental health awareness more recognizable and accepted, because acceptance is so difficult. I think a lot of people are aware of mental health now, but the acceptance is still kind of icky a bit about that. Yeah. So that's.
When you say that acceptance, that's what we, as we know, in terms of when the society went to present a new idea, such as a mental health awareness, there's always three stages. The first stages is always about awareness, which is what we're doing now. We try to psycho-educate people. We make people understand that mental health is important as physical health and so on. This is the awareness stage. Then after that, we have acceptance. Acceptance is when you, not only that you attend to the one-off seminar and you learn about mental health, but also to the point that you are able to accept when you ask people, for example, you meet a friend and you ask them, hey, how are you? And they say, yeah, I'm not feeling well. Just last night, I just had a suicidal thought. So when you are able to respond professionally and don't show any stigma, and you say, oh, okay, so what's going on? You okay now? So when you start to show empathy first before you start labeling or start to show your stigma about mental health, that is what we call as acceptance. The society start to accept that people with mental health issue is still people and they are struggling with the issues and they need empathy rather than they need label.
Right.
And the last stage is about action. This is about the what we call as a policymakers decision for the politician, from the menteri to decide any policy that needs to be empowering the people with mental issues. But I guess the topic about that gonna be quite deeper. I'm not gonna go through until that. But I love your point about when the young people start to when they see for example, TikTok. I've been living in TikTok for almost a year now. Although I don't post any video, but I watch some videos, and a lot of videos talking about mental health. Some of them can be quite misleading, and some of them can be quite challenging to understand. For example, they teach the youngsters how to self-harm, how to harm yourself, and this is not good. And I want to ask Miss Diana, as a person who are active, we can say as a spokesperson for the media lah, for example, kan? Okay, as a person who living in the media world or celebrity world, I don't know how to point into the point that I love your I come across your article before this when you post a video about you wearing a oxygen mask and telling your experience having the panic attack, and that was lovely. That was educating, less stigma, and you are trying to convey the empathy so that people will understand how does it feel to deal with mental issues. And I want to ask you, to normalize a major illness is a great way to break these great barriers, the stigma about mental health. So Miss Diana, what was your pushing factor to open up your problem? Because as we know, talking about mental health issue has always been stigmatizing. And how's that has changed your life until today?
Okay. Let's just go back to when I was a kid. So I'm just going to give like a very short description of why it's not a stigma for me. Being, I think, half American helps with being more open-minded in the way where we don't look at it as like, oh, orang ni gila, oh, orang ni tak betul. It's more of, your mental health will be in a state where it is correlated to how you live your life and what you're exposed to. So if you're greatly exposed to a lot of violence, poverty, and trauma related when you're a kid, these things can manifest as an adult. And sometimes you're not really aware that you're in these conditions until it props up to be a more extreme symptom. So having said that, I never realized that my mom's mental health greatly impacted mine. So it's more of a generational thing. So from there, I saw my mom deal with her mental deterioration just in a way that it's untreated. So she became sort of uncontrollable in terms of how she managed her emotions, her stress, and which also affected her health. She basically lost her business. And then that in turn just riled up more of her mental issues. And I wouldn't say her punching bag, but because we're kids, we absorb all of this and we take it very personally. So that greatly impacted how I viewed the importance of speaking out about mental health. So I didn't see it as, oh, I'm opening up about myself, so people are going to see me in a certain way. I know that my mental state is not who I am. It's not who I am. I don't feel like, oh, now that say, I have anxiety, therefore I view myself as this person who is broken. I'm not broken. I just have to learn to manage because everybody has anxiety. Everybody has fear, stress. They feel nervous. So in that sense, maybe mine is bigger, like I feel more. And being an actor, my emotions is my instrument. So I manipulate those emotions, even though I don't feel like I want to cry or I want to get mad or I want to manipulate. So these emotions I need to create. So I know that emotions and who I am are also, I could detach as well. So I have these skills, I think, as a creative to understand these very little fine lines of things. And also because of my mom's history and how I sort of see that the being untreated is not an option for me. So when because my lifestyle was the reason why it led to that panic attack. I was racing. I was a racer for Toyota at that point. So the main point was I didn't have enough rest. I was not ready for the job. I did not give myself enough care to enter the race, and it sabotaged my work. So midway through the race, I felt my body overheating. And then I got out of the car. I thought it was an asthma attack because I couldn't find my breath. And then they gave me those, is it inhalers, right? So I pumped it, and then I think I overused it because there was no effect. And then I went to the hospital. I was referred to a heart doctor, cardiologist, and he thought that I had some sort of like heart problem, and I was 24. So I was not ready to have heart problems, and I thought that's a little strange. And then he looked at my heart and like he checked and he just laughed and he said, I think it's just anxiety attack. Let me give you some Xanax. And I thought like Xanax was the go-to, medication for me if I were to have a panic attack. So I'm not really treating the problem. I'm just depending on the medication that relieved me of it temporarily. So I find that it's very important to understand your personality, your past, as well as how you function with your lifestyle as well, in order to allow yourself to manage your lifestyle. It's very important to manage your lifestyle. And also having that perseverance. I think a very hopeful, positive mindset is really good too, because going through many ups and downs, you will feel beaten up and you will feel like what's the point of living if life is going to be this hard? When you speak in that language, you're telling your mental state to give up and not try. So it's important to keep pushing on and give yourself this. You have to be your own best friend, because what I see is I've tried to help some people who are in that very reactive state, and they want advice, but they're not really there to listen. They're still in their own head. Their heads are not helping them. You get what I mean? So as much as we want to be there to support, you have to do all that work on your own as well. So being your own best friend, listen, like I had to relearn how to speak to myself, because I was very mean to how I speak to myself. Like if I was not doing something up to my own expectation, I would call myself stupid. I would tell myself that I'm useless and I can never do this. Or if I cry because I'm feeling tired or overwhelmed, I say like, oh, you're such a baby, you should be stronger than this. What's wrong with you? So these language, you have to look at yourself as like two different people when talking to yourself. And you have to catch yourself when you say things like that and question that thought. Why do you have to talk to me like that? Like you don't have to be dramatic about it as I am, but calling yourself out for speaking that way, because you would call people out for speaking that way to you, wouldn't you? Like if someone were to call you stupid, you'd be like, excuse me, why do you have to use that language? So it's very important to retrain yourself how to speak and be kinder and accepting of your weaknesses as well as your success. If I could be proud of myself during my best days, then I should also be kind enough to myself to accept me on my worst days. Because if I can't accept me and I'm looking for love on the outside and looking for support on the outside, it is a harder, longer journey. So it is really about looking at the inside, looking at your lifestyle. I really wasn't taking care of myself as I should. 1 minute. I'm still in the live. Okay.
It's okay. This is the new normal.
Yeah, he was like just drawing something and he wants me to see. So I can't help you right now, but I will in a bit. Okay. So very sad face. So my second panic attack was a bit scary because at that point, Xanax was no longer working. So it was actually a combination of burnout and anxiety. So I was driving myself up the wall with my workload. I wasn't caring about how much I was sleeping. I thought I was invincible. I thought I could do it all. Being a mom of two as well does not really help with the schedule. You're all over the place. And then my work is basically around the clock. So those things collide. And that really taught me that, you know what? You are at fault, Diana. You really did this to yourself. So because I looked at the after effect of like myself being in that position, and I tried to track back a few months before that, and I said, what went wrong? What changed? What's different in terms of my eating pattern, my sleeping pattern, my lifestyle? There was significant change. I stopped eating breakfast. I had too much coffee every day. I didn't sleep very well. Maybe I would sleep like after 4 a.m. every night. So those things are a combination that would lead to disaster. So yeah, I did it to myself, and I had to tell myself like that's not the way to live. And I saw my mom also worked herself to exhaustion, and how that made her into someone who was very very temperamental and unstable. So I didn't want my kids to experience that hostile family environment. Yeah, hostile family environment. So all in all, I went to the hospital, went to the emergency knee, and then they said, "There's nothing wrong with you," But I couldn't breathe, and Xanax wasn't helping, so I didn't know what to do. That's why when I took the picture, it was actually a call for help, because I knew that on social media, someone would know what's going on. Someone would have gone through it, and someone could help me out. Because the doctors were not able to, assist me to refer to someone. They were like, you're good, just go home and relax, don't think too much. It's not really just about thinking too much. It's your whole system in your body that's haywire.
What's this?
It's Starbucks.
Yeah, when you start to talk more about mental health issues, I believe that society, they are looking, especially a person who are seeking in terms of personal health, they are looking for an answer about themselves. So when they read about your experience living with anxiety issue, you talk about your emotion, and I believe that this kind of correlate with question from Sri Umar when she asked that the worst part when people seeking the advice of mental health issues from the social media influencers or from the celebrity, instead of what it should be is they seek help from the professionals. So being mental health advocate is okay, but what are your thoughts about the issue or the situation when the society has what we call as inclined to ask not professional help, more like advice from you as a person who talk about mental health issues rather than the professionals?
I honestly don't like it. I honestly know my place, and I always tell them, as much as I want to advise you, it is more, it's better for you to go to the right channel. If you can't afford it, then maybe you could read journals from reputable universities or professors that are going to explain to you what's going on. But the thing is, people want fast answers. They don't have the patience. That's the problem. And I have to basically sometimes marah tau in my message when they keep coming to me, and I'm like, why me? I'm also trying to figure out what's wrong with me, and I'm asking the doctors, and you're asking me, you should, and I give them links like, you should go to this and this and this. I don't remember really who I linked to, but those were good references and good organizations. So I said, it doesn't matter if you don't have the funds. These organizations that are there to help, even pro bono, if, there are extreme cases and stuff like that. And I also advise, do not go to just anybody for advice, because people are going to give you all sorts of conflicting information. And in the end, you're going to be at a worse place than you are at the start. So looking for the right sources is one of the best things you can do for yourself. It takes time. And recently, I'm going to open up about it because it really does not matter to me. I've always realized that I sort of have like a short focus memory, and I think I may be ADHD. You see, I think, but I'm not saying I am. I think, right? So I'm actually getting myself checked, and in no way do I feel again that I'm broken or I'm not normal. It's just something I have that I have to manage and learn to work with, and I feel that I'm unique in that manner where. Because if I were to be ADHD, there are also plus points for it. Autism also, God gives you, as much as something is in a way abnormal, he gives you gifts as well. Like autistic people are very gifted people. So when you look at it in the lens of a very colorful life in a colorful world, you're not going to be so affected by the fact that, oh, I am bipolar, or I am autistic, or I have ADHD, or I have anxiety. Don't put it on your shoulder and wear it as like your cloak. It's not. It really is just something that you need to manage. And the faster you know, with the right sources, then you'll be able to be given the skills and maybe the medication to have and lead a normal, stable life.
What are your thoughts on this, Cynthia? Because I mentioned about professional help. We can refer that professional help as clinical psychologists, doctors in the hospital. But you, Cynthia, as a fourth-year student, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, you as a fourth-year student in your medical journey, I believe that we can say that you are in the middle of being a professional and in the middle as the layman pupil. Can I say that? Yeah, you're on your journey there. So what are your thoughts about when it comes to stigma and society's understanding about mental issues? Sometimes people, when it comes to talk about mental issues, there's a stigma, there's a misunderstanding, and what's worse, there's a myth as well. Just as we mentioned just now in TikTok, I've come across a video when TikTok is 1 minute video, right? Then they use that 1 minute to say like, okay, 10 signs that you are a narcissistic people. Boom, 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 boom. They just like, oh, I have 6 out of 10. Oh, maybe I have a narcissistic personality disorder, which is something that need to be diagnosed by the professional and not simply by just doing a checklist in TikTok. You as a medical student, I want to know your opinion because you're better exposed to the mental well-being. You understand about, I believe that you have a basic knowledge about the mental issues, and even in your training after this, you're going to be attached with psychiatry department. How do you think that we can help to reduce this stigma or sort of repair this kind of misunderstanding from the society?
I think that's a really excellent question. And I think just listening to Miss Diana, I had like a light bulb moment where I was like, the minute she went into the hospital, they thought like, oh, it must be a physical problem. That was their automatic, there has to be a physical problem. And in medical school at NUMED, I'm really grateful that we're taught that you should think of a person as a holistic person. They're one whole human being. And I think in society, we already have a problem. We already separate physical and mental health, and I think there's a lot of new papers that actually show you that actually mental health might actually be coming from a physical problem. There's this whole debate about, does inflammation lead to depression? Because, it's not, sometimes we think that there's this whole understanding that perhaps mental health starts off in the brain, but actually what about if mental ill health starts in the body? And I think just listening to Miss Diana's story, and thank you so much for sharing, I think we need to rethink as medical students, as a society, that perhaps when you see a person and you see them experiencing something, maybe should start thinking about, and no matter their age, you know, for her, she was at 24, but no matter their age, 60-year-old, yes, with a heart condition, but they can still have a mental health problem. They can still have a mental ill health. And I think another important factor would be, just as a medical student, is to, when you see a patient in front of you, think about them as a whole person. You know, think about their family, think about their dynamics. Often we experience patients, you know, in 20 minutes, in an hour, and then we send them on forwards. But it's like, where are they going home to? And so I think as a person, as you rightly said, I'm like smack in the middle between a lay person and about to become a doctor. And so I think as people, and I think as a society, I think you mentioned it really well, that because we have so much information now on the internet, we're almost all experts, you know, so we're not as lay people as we once used to be about 10 years ago. So we all have some foundational knowledge about mental well-being. And so I think an important step would be for us to recognize that there are the right places to go. We're not experts in our own right, but at the same time, we need to also be thinking about how we can integrate that into our day-to-day lives. So as you correctly said, Dr. Suri, it's about being able to, you know, have these conversations with our children. And I think one important aspect for me would be thinking about language. And Dr. Chua mentioned it at the beginning of this talk today. She mentioned how initially she wanted to rephrase mental illness, but she was like, you know what, let's just call it what it is. It's mental illness. But language is really, really powerful. And the words that we use every day, when it comes to discussing something as complex as mental health, its value cannot be underestimated. So, and as we talk about mental health today, it's almost, we automatically will equate mental health with illness, but not wellness. Despite the word health being there, we don't actually think wellness. We think mental health, oh, you're automatically talking about depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, bipolar, but we're not talking about well-being. But when we talk about physical health, some be like, oh, okay, yeah, I go to the gym, I eat well, you know, I get my 8 hours of sleep every day. Most likely it's probably 5, to be honest, but it's more complicated when we talk about mental health. So maybe we should rephrase it to talk about emotional well-being. And emotions, when we break it down to emotions, our psychological needs, like Dr. Chua mentioned, that allows us to talk about how we can navigate that. How can we be talking to our children? You know, as a society, as I mentioned, we're separating mental and physical health, but if we break it down even more, we start focusing on the language that we're using to describe mental health. Because what is mental health? I think that's a very complicated issue, because you're talking about an internal state of being. But if we talk about the emotions that we have, we can even take it a step further and think about, how are we talking to our children? So Diana mentioned really well, you know, about her experience with the language. How are we talking to our children? So going back to the programs that Dr. Suri was talking about, if we start talking to our children about their emotions and how to navigate that, you teach a child that, okay, don't play with a knife, you cut yourself because it's going to lead to pain. You're going to stab someone and they might die, right? So children start to understand that. But why don't we break it down when we talk about mental well-being, when we talk about our emotions? Because as she said, you know, you have parents talking about, I don't understand why my child is stressed. They just sleep around all day. I'm the one who should be stressed. I wake up, I go to work, you know, I'm the one taking care of them. But children also get stressed because they feed off of our energy. Because, you know, children are just as complicated. They come into the world with a personality, you know, nature and nurture. So if we start having these conversations with children from a young age, teaching them about emotions, you know, teaching them sadness and how they should understand those emotions, I think coming back to the point of language, we'll be able to articulate that really well, because language is so powerful. We're able to vocalize, we're able to speak up for ourselves. And this coming back to my experience. So I was raised in Kenya. I'm a Kenyan. So that's East Africa, for those who don't know. And we don't really talk about mental illness, let alone mental well-being. So mental illness is something that I grew up thinking it happens to other people. You know, I would watch it on television, you know, like, you know, the dramas and, you know, American movies, and, oh, this person is going to see a therapist, and oh my God, that's, you know, that's something that other people do. But when it came to my experience, because I was never taught the language, I was never taught to understand my emotions. As crazy as this sounds, I didn't understand what came after sadness. Like, yeah, you're sad, but then what comes before that. So there was happiness, there was sadness, then there's depression. So I didn't understand that there's a spectrum, right? So, and I feel like when we teach our children how to navigate emotions, how we teach them the language, they understand that it's a spectrum, because you don't go from being sad to depressed. It's a spectrum. Things happen in between. And so when it came to my time to seek help for my depression and my anxiety, first of all, I was really thankful. I went to school abroad. And so I was, I was shown that there are resources. I could go to speak to a counselor, I could go to my GP, but it's like, what am I going to tell my GP? I don't even understand what's going on with me because I lack the language. I didn't understand, how am I going to articulate my very subjective feelings, my very subjective experiences? So I think we need to start by teaching our children the importance of understanding their emotions from a young age. It's like, yeah, your child is having a tantrum, that's a child, but at the end of the day, they need to understand when they're out of that tantrum, explain to them, sit down with them, okay, what were you feeling? I'm pretty sure there are books now that a child can point to and tell you, okay, I was sad, and this is happiness. And so I think that one step would be understanding that our children are naturally very curious, and you having those conversations with them will build them into healthy adults, because we're not just adults who end up having depression. It starts from somewhere. Childhood trauma is a very real thing. My second point would be, and I think we've all covered on it, but just how we take care of our emotional well-being. So as I mentioned, I grew up in Kenya in an African household, very, very hardworking parents. And if there's a word that you could use to describe Black and brown communities everywhere, it's resilience, right? We are a very resilient community. We wake up, our parents are the first to wake up, they go to work, they come home, they take care of us. But did we see them take a break? I didn't really see my parents stop and actually take care of themselves, and just be like, you know what, kids, go away. Today's my day. This is for me. And that's the thing, is that the children are the best imitators, but the worst interpreters. They see you, working so hard, and they're like, oh my God, I want to be like mom and dad. But they don't understand that at the end of the day, that is harming them, because your inability to take care of yourself as a parent, I know my inability to take care of myself as a medical student means that as I become a doctor, my patients will suffer, and I've had to be very honest with myself and tell myself that I have experiences, I have issues, I need to go seek therapy, because I'm not going to allow myself to take that into the hospital and to put that on my patients, because I want to be the best that they can be. And so if we take it even a bit step further, just in our everyday to-day life, how are we refilling our cups? That saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. So when you get home at the end of the day, how are you refilling your cup? Is it in front of Netflix? Is it in front of your of Instagram? Is it, just falling asleep, right back into bed? And I think it's great to, so I used to have a day off, I think once every 2 weeks, and I would honestly just spend it in bed. But I realized later on, when I was still having my panic attacks, when I was still having severe anxiety, that wasn't working. So it was great. It was a great first step that I was taking time out, and every 2 weeks from medical school, just take time out for myself. But it's like, what was I really doing in that time that really mattered? And so what I decided to do was that I decided to take time out from my day every day, spend 30 minutes listening to a great podcast. So resources are really important. Educating myself. There's so many specialists out there, psychologists, psychiatrists, GPs, who share information on podcasts, on the social media as well. And you can find lots of talks online. So to re-educate myself, to give myself that space, because I have so far been picking up the right language to share my experiences, and being able to pick up that language has allowed me to empower myself to vocalize my issues, because like Ms. Diana said, it's very easy to go, you're being so dumb, you're being so weak. But when I listen to those resources and I'm surrounding myself, I'm refilling my cup in those 30 minutes a day, I'm able to figure out what the problem is. And as Dr. Chua said as well, as much as like we are now in a state where so many people want to seek mental health services, it's amazing, but there are just not enough resources, and they're just not enough. And I think Dr. Sarah mentioned it really well, Dr. Nufable, that insurance don't cover as well mental health illnesses. So it's like, but we're really thankful in a stage where we're all digitally connected, and you can find podcasts, you can find resources online, courses. We don't need to leave it up to the professionals. We all know how to take care of a cold, right? So back in the day when there was a flu pandemic, everyone would see a doctor. But now, as the decades have gone by, we understand what we need to do to prevent ourselves from getting a really bad cold, right? So I think if we take emotional well-being, into our own hands, so thinking about the tools that we can have in our emotional toolkit, I think that's really important. And I think finally, I'd like to say that we can't talk enough about emotional wellness. These talks like these are so necessary. And I think especially those that center young people in their conversations as well is really important. So I'm really thankful that I'm a student who gets to be here to represent us and to talk about my experiences. But I think at the same time, this conversation should happen with our parents and our grandparents, because depression doesn't stop. It doesn't care what age you are. It doesn't care, how old you are. It doesn't care what race you are. Your emotional well-being is very, very important. And through that, we can able to normalize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. I love the point when you mentioned that as a children, we seldom being taught on how to regulate our emotion, because this reminds me of the book Emotional First Aid from Guy Winch, when he talked about how we as a child, we have been taught how to take care of our dental hygiene. We have to brush our teeth before we sleep. We know how to treat our physical injury. For example, if you have a cut or if you have a bruises, you need to put antiseptic and so on. But when it comes to emotional issue, we have not been taught enough about that. So what happens when we grow up, become an adult, we become confused on how to deal with our emotional issue. Just as you mentioned, happiness, sad, and depression. So you become confused either. So what's in between? What's in here is a spectrum rather than a binary stage of emotion. I would like to ask from Dr. Suri, as a person who experienced with child psychology, maybe Dr. Chua can add more as well. How do you think that we can psychoeducate this kind of lesson about emotional regulation for the youngsters, especially to the one who's listening to our session today? What's your opinion about this? You're on mute.
Are we waiting for one another?
Yeah, we can discuss together.
Sure, I'll give it a shot. I think everyone made good points. I gave a talk this weekend. It was about emotions. So I've trained in a number of different therapies, and one of the ones that I really love is called emotion-focused therapy. And it talks about how emotions are not obstacles, they're not bothersome. They're actually guides to telling us how our internal response to an external environment. So what's going on for us? What's happening in our world? If we feel sad, it's usually there's some kind of loss. If we feel scared, we feel some kind of threat. The complication comes when we don't like our emotions. It's not going to feel sad, and we get angry instead. So a simple example is, I'm an irritable person actually in real life. I might seem nice now, but don't meet the people you admire. If you meet me, you might find me really irritable. And so when I call my mom, I hate it that she doesn't pick up. I have to call like 20 times. She doesn't pick up. And I get angrier and angrier, which is really odd because actually I'm worried. But I respond to my anxiety with anger. And so that's what actually is complicating matters, because we don't accept our primary emotions, our initial responses to our experiences, and we shut down the emotions with another emotion and another emotion and another emotion. So we get further and further away. And internally it's a tangled mess. And we think, you know what, I'm not going to feel. But as a psychologist, I can tell you, you leak out your feelings, lah, bro. Okay, we can see, we can see you're not happy. We can see you're anxious. Only you think. Nobody can see. The rest of us can see something's not right. We're just being too polite to say you don't look great. So that's the thing, is like embrace your emotions. Good mental health is not feeling happy. Good mental health is having reasonable, appropriate responses to what's going on. Right now, if you feel anxious, okay, what? Doesn't it make sense? Life is so uncertain right now. You feel sad? Yeah, because maybe you lost someone. Maybe you're sad about the things you can't do. You feel angry about, yes, okay, maybe they're injustices. So these are reasonable responses. And then you think, okay, but what's a reasonable response? My friend read my message. I saw a blue tick and she never responded for a day. I feel nobody loves me, right? That's a jump. Like, you could feel sad. You maybe feel annoyed that she doesn't. But to say then nobody loves me, that's a little bit of a jump. And so if we go with your first response, maybe you felt annoyed or worried. Is everything okay? So respond to that emotion. And interpersonal psychotherapy, I'll put this out there for all the medical students who want to learn this. It's a favorite of many psychiatrists actually in the US. Interpersonal psychotherapy, they'll always ask you, is this a reasonable emotion? Someone was rude to you, you got angry, like Diana said. How dare you call me stupid? Is that reasonable? Yeah. Number two is, what are your options? And that's a great question to ask, because we never ask ourselves that. Because usually we just respond. I feel angry, I shut down. I actually think Diana, she's the one that's able to assert and say, how dare you? And I think all the Asians are like, oh, I can't say that. And I'm just going to say, oh, okay. Like, turn away. But maybe you have options. So ask yourself, what are your options? If I have a reasonable feeling, what are my options? Maybe then I'm going to remember what she said and go, hey, that was rude, and I don't like it when you call me stupid. It's hurtful. Now, communicating your feelings is really important. And I'm going to tell you, the key to communication is communicating about yourself. So you accept your emotions, you acknowledge your emotions, then you want to communicate it to other people. Don't start the conversation with telling people about themselves. Key mistake I realize more and more as I do IPT for Asians. We start out with saying, you shouldn't call people stupid, okay? That's very rude. Okay, you've just educated the other person about themselves, but nothing about you, right? It's so different when you say, hey, when you called me stupid, I felt hurt.
I have to say that's so spot on. And I had to learn how to readjust the words I get a better response when I also say, I feel this way. I'm sorry if, this makes you uncomfortable, sort of apologizing for maybe saying it at the wrong time, or maybe it's not convenient for them to hear it. So you're so right. I just have to point it out. You're so right about that.
So, Miss Diana, I just want to add more. When Dr. Chua was talking, no, it's okay, Miss Diana. When Dr. Chua was talking about this, what about your experience as a mother? How do you educate your child in terms of emotional regulation?
You had a couple of points that I went, oh, that's so right. I mean, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I know you had more to say.
No, it's okay.
No, go ahead.
Actually, same thing where I mistranslated my emotions, and then it would come out as anger when it was more of maybe with my kids, especially because I didn't know I was an anxious person. So when things are happening all at once, I'm getting annoyed and I'm getting like broiled up to this point where whatever stimulant, or no, it's more like stimuli that's happening, I would lash out and say like, stop it, like quiet, I had enough, But it's actually like, you just have to take a step back. It's just your internal being sensing too much at one time. So now that I know that I'm reacting that way, sort of, that's actually quite recent, baru I sedar, then whenever I feel like lashing out, I will actually ask myself first, what is it that you're actually feeling? Do you feel overwhelmed, or do you feel like you don't have the situation under control? Because sometimes people with this anxiety issue, they want to be in control of the situation. If not, they spiral. So when I'm spiraling, I lash out at people. So it's it's really nice to hear it from a psychologist telling me that that is true. You know, you have to translate your emotions well and get to know how you respond so that you can respond better. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. So if I can just add, so let's talk a little bit about the perspective of a mom. Okay, because I'm a mom as well. I've got 3 kids grown up though. My youngest is 11. My eldest is 19. He's in Poland right now. He's not here. So as a mother, and then of course, you know, when you're trained in this field, you do understand a lot of things. So I've always tried to be cautious about. I'm always self-reflecting. I'm so self-conscious because I don't want it to rub on my kids, you know, because my type of work is high stress. And the most frustrating part is that you help other people manage and deal with their conditions and everything, and then you have nobody to talk to, you know, because like, who do I talk to? Who do I reach out? You know, should I go and see other psychologists? I mean, you know, psychologists seeing a psychologist, it's like, you know, it's just so weird, okay? But I do know that, well, I need this platform, you know, to speak to someone because I have issues myself. You know, I'm a mom, I'm juggling from work and everything. So, and I always try to talk to my kids. So for example, like if I come back home from work, I don't get into the house right away. Okay, I'll sit in the car. I'll sit in the car for like sometimes like 30 minutes, sometimes even an hour. Just sit there and just like, you know, lie down and just, okay, chill out. Tamu fikir banyak-banyak lah, you know, sebelum balik rumah, you know, it's like just whatever, just leave it in the car, you know. And then I walk home. And then I walked into the house. And as soon as I walked into the house, if I still feel that kind of like, well, you know what, I need my me time. And you know what, parents, it's not selfish. Okay, I always tell my parents, I always tell my clients, lay, L-A-Y, look after yourself. Because if mama ain't happy, no one's happy. Okay, so I will always, as soon as I walk in, I will tell my kids, okay, you know what, kids, mama need a me time. And they know. I said, oh, okay. So I walk straight into my bedroom, straight into my bathroom. I wish I have a bathtub in my toilet, but I don't. So, but I'll just sit in the toilet for like however long that I want, you know, and just release everything. Like, you know, I don't take number 1 or number 2 in there, but I just want to get rid of all of that negative energy, you know, because I'm absorbing all of this negative energy. So, and then I do talk to my children about mental health. I do talk about, you know, I ask them every day, how are you feeling? Is there anything that you want to share with me? I don't dismiss them. I don't gaslight them. You know, we talked about it, but then again, that's me. So I always encourage parents to do the same. You know, we used to have monthly meeting, family meeting, you know, where all of my kids, ever since they were young, ever since they were like 2 years old, we'll have a monthly meeting where I would actually conduct EFT, emotional freedom technique, with them. We would do meditation, we would do Navy SEAL breathing techniques with my kids, and then we talk about our day, we talk about friends, and we talk about, you know, anything that you go through for that day. Or if they have any kind of suggestions, you know, and sometimes I, as a mom, you know, we are human beings, we flipped out sometimes. So I do apologize as well for my kids. Oh, you know what, I'm so sorry that I snapped, I just lost it. I just, you know, I'm okay with showing them my vulnerability. I'm also okay to showing them that I'm a human, I made mistakes, I snapped, I lost control, but I got back into control, because these are all teachable moments. I don't specifically wait for just, you know, specific time to teach or have curriculum or have a syllabus to teach. But when it comes to like my clients with children, everything, to be honest, I do not like to do any kind of psychotherapy work. I do not like it. I prefer not to. I still prefer to work in terms of education specialists, where I do a lot of intervention in terms of education for children who has dyslexia, dyscalculia, ADHD, ESD, and all of that.
What's psychotherapy like? Can you just give like a brief? Because I always hear it, but I don't know exactly like how the process goes. Maybe other people want to know.
Can I take that question, if that's okay?
Yeah.
I love psychotherapy.
Yeah, that's
I
what.
mean, I love going to psychotherapy. I go psychotherapy for therapy every week, actually. So psychotherapy is actually different from one of the reasons. Okay, let's not go too deep, but
let's just do CBT and DBT.
yeah. So, but very excitingly, actually, psychotherapy started way back here. So you think about Freud, you think about Jungian. So all of that kind of said, hey, the great thing about those old-fashioned therapies, that was deep. Actually, all the old school psychiatrists love also doing psychodynamic therapy. They were trained to do that. And it's about your unconscious drives and what's going on. Then it slowly evolved to moving away from the very long term, because they were like, hey, it's not sustainable. Who's got time every week? Old school one, they'll ask you 3 times a week, go talk to someone and discover your inner drives and discover your unconscious. And, so it's long, like, okay, nobody got time now. Then it kind of transformed. Then we have that person-centered. So that's like Carl Rogers. And from that unconscious, he's like, what we've missed out is the person. That's where you get your client-centered therapy. It's like, we've got to start listening. Empathy was actually really developed by Carl Rogers. It's like, empathy is not just putting yourself in someone's shoes. He says empathy is seeing things from the other person's point of view and then conveying it to the other person. Because he has this really funny saying. It's like, no point if you understand, but you go home, and only when you go home, you think, I should have said it to that person. Nobody knows. You're understanding? No point, okay? You can go home. It's like, man, just don't not understand. So it's about empathizing, it's about understanding, conveying it to the person, and says in a questioning way, it's like, is that right? So when you reflect, you always want to say, hey, it sounds like you're kind of sad. Did I get that right? Don't go, hey, you kind of sound sad, huh? And then the person's like, oh, okay, I guess so. So you want to be kind of gentle with your empathy as you're going to check your understanding. And then now we have CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and that one of the reasons why we've kind of gone to brief therapy. One is resources. The other one, one of the things is US insurance. They don't want to pay so much, so they kept it brief, 12 sessions.
Yeah.
But I like really love.
I like psychotherapy, the theory part of it and all of that, but I just do not like to
give it
in terms of my work scope.
Yes. That's right. And
right?
And everyone has differences. Yeah, for sure.
I love it, but then it's the work scope of it. That's what because it also depends on. I think Dr. Chua gets what I mean. Yeah, you that way.
Yeah, for sure. It's not for everyone, and to be honest, I only see 10 people a week. I cap it because to me it's draining. So I really like research.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But right now,
Sorry,
because if I really want to do therapy well, imagine I have to. Empathy means being with that person. So your depths of emotion, I have to step with you in your world, see things from your perspective, but always remember I'm not you. There's a lot of attending so in order to help me be the best therapist I can be, and that's my own limitation, I kind of scope it out. But so therapy we can think now as treatment, psychological treatment for mental illnesses. Then the other way we can see therapy, the other way you can see therapy is just helping you grow. That's why I see a therapist every week.
Empowering.
Because I always have problems in living. I always don't know how I'm coming across. So the therapist is just like this week, I'll tell you, I was worried about my mom. Yeah. And I've been really anxious.
You really have to connect.
Just denying my sadness. So it's in therapy that came out like, oh, actually, it's not that I'm anxious about this talk. It's I'm sad. And I love therapy because then we don't have to process things alone. We've
Yeah.
got someone that we can talk to that's safe, that's not our family members. They're not going to be afraid they're going to judge us. We never need to see them again in real life. They're not part of our friend group. And we can explore the difficult things internally and externally. It's great. I love that.
I love it.
love
Yeah,
receiving it. I love giving it.
I love it. I mean, so Diana, basically, to summarize and kind of like shorten it out, what CBT and DBT are is that we talk about challenges that we are experiencing, the clients are experiencing. We teach them skills and strategies like problem-solving skills, realistic thinking, to help them make changes through their thoughts, their feelings and behaviors. We also kind of like, kind of guide them to teach them skills on how to handle situation when you come up with a situation. Like I said just now, and I would sit in my car for like 1 hour. Sometimes I would walk from, I would go to Tesco for like, I will walk from aisle to aisle, even though I don't need anything. I'll just walk from aisle to aisle, looking at everything, look at ingredients and everything. It's just, to me, it's just like, that's therapy. All right, so teach them how to manage challenges, deal with daily life problems, because hey, it's life. Life is not a piece, it's not a walk in the park. Okay, we have a lot of things going on, maybe positive, maybe negative. So we, teach them how to deal with all of these daily life problems positively on their own, but with our guidance and support. Whereas like that CBT, whereas DBT is pretty much like CBT, but they focus more on the emotional part, the emotional part of it. So it's slightly, it's based on CBT, but it's with a greater focus on emotional and social aspects. That's what
a lot of work. It sounds tired just on its own.
Yeah. And then for younger children, because sometimes younger children, they have, like you said, they don't have the language. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how to tell you how they feel, especially those children with autism and everything. We have to teach them social emotional learning. We have to teach them on recognizing feelings and facial expression, all of that.
I think for parents would be, we need to be able to translate those emotions and situations, not just for them, but also for us to be aware of their condition at that point of time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and for younger children, usually, I mean, you can also use the art therapy, which is a complement to traditional, mental health treatment, because, art therapy, because younger children sometimes, like I said, they don't have the language for it. They don't know how to express themselves through words, verbally. So the only way for them, to be able to do that.
As kids, I remember as a kid, so my dad left when I was 5, so I could not sort of understand the sense of grief that I was going through. All I knew was I missed him very, very much. And I would, if I were to have like situations with my mom, I would call out my dad, but then I would get more sad because my dad was not going to come, so that was like mentally confusing for me. But at that point, parents were not as exposed to these things, so they normally don't know what to do, and they sort of brush it off. But I found a lot of therapy through music. I felt that I connected to it, and I think one of the reasons why I came out of Everything Alive was a lot of it came from music translating my emotions for me. So art. So I thought not necessarily painting or not necessarily poetry, but it could be many forms of art. And I think the reason why I'm an actor is because I'm sort of offloading all of these little traumas into my art, because I don't really know how to, because in my normal life, I'm quite numb. So I don't cry. I don't, I lash out mostly in anger, but I don't really cry, and I don't show sadness. So the only time I can actually cry is within a scene, which is really weird. So I think in many ways, people could find solace in many types of art form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. Because I think in some of the ways that people can take care of themselves is like finding a creative outlet. I think as kids, we do, we always encourage your child, like go play outside, go color. And I think we forget that even as adults, we need creative outlets as well. It's not just social media. It's not just Netflix. It's not just, I think exercise is a great outlet as well, but I think creativity really allows you to relax as well. And I think creativity just for the sake of it as well. So I think it's a really
We have
great
to
point.
get out.
Talking about exercise, just yesterday, I did a workshop, a really short workshop for one of the international schools here in Johor Bahru, because I live in Johor Bahru. So one of the workshop yesterday is about brain break. So, how children nowadays, I mean, they all have, I mean, even us as an adult, we have to work in front of a computer, work from home in front of a computer. Children will have to do their schooling online and everything. And we're talking about sedentary lifestyle because we can't go outside, we can't have sports, we can't have CCAs. Children has to stay in online class from, back to back from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1 or to 3, all of that. So there's a lot of all that alone can contribute to mental health issues, right? So yesterday I did a workshop, just a really short workshop for children and then parents as well, where we do a brain break. So what is brain break is basically, brain break is designed to help us stay alert because we are constantly in front of the computer, right? And it helps us to stay focused and attention and to be more productive. What it does is that when you do exercise, even though we can't go outside and run around and do 60 minutes of physical, exercise and workout and all of that, but just by doing this simple brain break, all you need is 3 minutes. It helps to carry, blood and oxygen to the brain. It helps to reduce stress, anxiety, and frustration. It re-energizes, it refocuses, it relaxes, and all of that. And then it also gives children time, or even us, right, to self-regulate so that we can take a 3-minute break, a brain break to process all of that, and process for time. You're gonna process that time to solidify everything that you have learned, that you've been, you went through for the first half of the day or the first 45 minutes of your lesson. That's what I did.
I feel like I'm getting free therapy from both of you.
Oh, that's good. So I did that. And also that's for the children and the parents. And then after that workshop, I did a small, just a very short information workshop for parents and teachers about what is brain break, the importance of it, and how it can help children and even us as adults and teachers, because teachers going through a lot of stress as well. We're pretty much being dumped out there in the open ocean, to just learn how to swim and stay away from sharks. We got to do all of our lesson planning through online. So that was the objective of yesterday's brain break class, to actually help them deal with this whole sedentary lifestyle and sitting in front of a computer, so you don't come out of this MCO as a zombie. That's what I did yesterday.
Talking about MCO, I think we have 100 participants here today. So I just want to, share that one of my tools for keeping my kids out of the blues or out of this mundane, everyday, same old thing, is to plan ahead. Like, okay, this week I have a particular activity that I will do with them that they don't know anything about. So I'll drop a bomb. Like, so I bought a ninja obstacle thing where we hang, like we have to like pull it from pole to pole. So they would hang and they would do all sorts of like physical activity and get their energy out. And then the next week after that, I will have something else for them to do. But I don't tell them in advance because I want them to just be excited about it and like have something that disrupts their like everyday boring orang kata apa macam hari-hari yang sama tu. So it's sort of like little surprises that I place for them, and then it could be something as simple as not telling them you're buying them like a big tub of ice cream later. So these little things I think will help to keep their spirits up. And another thing is to compare. This is what I do for myself when I in a very, very sticky situation or in a situation I'm not very proud to be in. I will tell my kids, like, just look at those who have it worse than us. I mean, that's like the most basic ones in the books that we always hear, right? Which is like, when you're at a bad situation, try to look at those who are at the worst situation and sort of realize what you actually have at that point that you could make use of, your resources, your mental state, and how you could sort of give some sort of hope to it. Because I mean, my kids will be like, oh, you know, I wish I could go to the playground. And then I would sort of tell them, playground's great, but at this point of time, we really have to focus on just surviving and making sure that, you know, we're healthy. And the fact that we're healthy and being able to have electricity, food on the table, and not having to worry about necessities is, we're so lucky at this point. So just explaining to them the whole global situation is very important for them to realize that they're actually the lucky ones at this point, because other people and other kids are at the hospital suffering and they're not even able to think about playgrounds. So that helps them shift their perspective of not just, oh, everything is boring, you know, I feel so sad, to more of gratefulness. And you're teaching your kids to look things at a more positive outlook. So I find that I don't really have issues with my kids being depressed, because I'd always try to shift their attention from what they think they're missing out to what they have. So what do you think about that sort of approach? I just want to know from like a psychologist perspective.
Okay, maybe from question Diana, I think we can integrate with question for the audience, because I believe in the audience there's a lot of question about that. So I hope that Dr. Suri can integrate that as well as the question for the audience. Maybe Dr. Chua can add more as well, because I think it's related to the question from Daniel Lee. You know, when the question is, what do you think about the instances when people who abuse the cause and the use of subject as an excuse to run away from difficulties? I think it's also related to what Cynthia said from before, that sometimes people they have this kind of difficulty to understand about people with mental issues. But sometimes we also understand that some people, because mental health has been so trending nowadays, and people use it as a way to run away from their issue. Like, oh, okay, I'm sorry I cannot come to the work today because I feel depressed, because I feel anxious. Not saying that feeling depressed is not a good thing, but I'm saying that people use it as a way to run away from the difficulties.
But how would we really know that they're trying to run away? Is it because we can't accept that they're at that state?
Yeah, that's the
thoughts of employers and teachers and people who may sort of go, oh, really? Mm-hmm. You know, so maybe they are depressed and maybe we are the ones that are the problem.
I think that's the kind of balance that we have to achieve. That because I've been with a lot of counselors from previous session before. Some of the excuse the student used to not come to this class, this is way before COVID-19, is to say that they have depression. Back in the past, they used the excuse of I have a stomach ache, because stomach ache the teacher cannot check. So now they use depression, and some of them have been known that to just run away from the class or run away from the responsibility. So maybe that the Chua or Cynthia can add more perspective as a professional or as a student about this.
I think I would say from my experience being attached to, you know, the KKs and the private doctors, you often see a lot of patients who come in and they just, you know, like, oh, I have a sore throat. And, you know, they just want that sick note, you know, but at the other end of it, you also have people who do come in and have very serious problems. So I think as a society, it might just be something that we need to accept. So you need to accept that as you're increasing awareness of a certain issue in a society, obviously people are going to take advantage of it as well. But I think we're doing greater good from people becoming more aware and being able to vocalize their issues. So I think there is obviously that issue of people coming in and saying like, oh, you know, I have depression, I have anxiety, like, you know, the TikToks that are misleading people. Of course, you know, that is a risk as well. But I think the greater good is the fact that there's still so many people, despite the people who romanticize depression and anxiety, etc., there still are so many people who aren't able to vocalize their issues, right? So I think I think we should just shift our focus and focus on the people who do have those problems. You would rather like someone in, like, so for example, with with Diana's situation, when they went in, they could have pushed her off and told her, you don't have a problem, you're fine. You know what I mean? But someone took her seriously. She took herself seriously. And I think that we run the risk of, by ignoring the people just because we think they're romanticizing it, you would rather investigate that and follow up with their concerns as opposed to brushing them off. I don't know what the psychologists think.
I mean, when I opened up about, like, when I took the picture and I asked people out there on social media, I said, look, I've not been able to breathe for 4 days. I went to 2 hospitals and they just said, go home, you're fine, because they looked at me at a physical level and not at a more like holistic level, mental state and stuff like that. And when I asked them, like, do you have a psychiatrist? They're like, not at this hospital. So they weren't very helpful. But, you know, I'm not trying to blame the system or whatever, but I felt that, you know what, I'm in this alone. And I feel like every time it's nighttime, I feel like I may not wake up because, you know, you can't breathe. So people in mentally, I'm strong enough to know not to pay attention to people who are going to look at my matter as clout or looking for attention, because that was basically the crux of it. Reporters would call me and ask me, how's your situation, Diana? Are you doing okay? And I explain, like, I'm doing well. People have helped me. Actors have called me and said, Diana, this is what you're feeling. This is what you have to do. You know, they gave me guidelines and how to manage myself. And they said, I've been through it. Many people have gone through it. Don't worry about it. But the reporter then asked me, how do you feel about people thinking you're just out there, you know, wanting to get some attention and wanting people to look at you and, like, you know, this is like a pity party. Like, thank God I don't take it as an insult, because I said I'm going to focus on those people who are also in my situation. And if they see me like that, I just want them to know that, you know, I'm going to keep updating on how I resolve myself, instead of focusing on, yes, sayang, oh, you look so pretty, my princess. Instead of focusing on those people who don't believe me, they're not the conversation. So keep your focus on the topic and the conversation, instead of like feeling like you have to prove that you're sick. You have to prove that you are in that situation. If they don't want to believe you, they don't really have to. You don't have to force them. They don't really have to. And keep the conversation and the focus back on you and trying to find your solutions. So this is what I feel like it's important, because people are always looking for outside support. When there isn't any, they feel that, then I feel like I want to kill myself. You know, this is just I'm very honest here, and sometimes I don't feel tela. Sometimes people are not going to believe you, and people are going to just push you away. You just have to find your people who will listen and focus on those people and focus on your recovery, not on trying to change people's opinion and change people's minds about your condition.
Okay, thank
I
you,
just wanted to
Diana.
ask the psychologist in the room. I think Diana mentioned something really important. I think Dr. Chua as well, by sharing your story earlier about there's almost like some sort of unworthiness to be depressed and have anxiety. I think in today's society, I think especially with people of my generation who are really blessed to the fact that, you know, we've been raised, like my parents, for example, they didn't go to university. You know, they're one of those parents who have that story of like, I walked miles and miles to school, and, you know, here I am today on this amazing talk. You know, obviously I'm very privileged, but how do you navigate like people of my age and people who have maybe immigrant parents feeling like they have so much and then they don't have the right to be depressed and anxious? So like, what sort of like advice would you give them to sort of like that internal validation, like you mentioned, that self-prejudice?
Am I the psychologist?
Yeah,
I guess so. Yes.
Dr. Chua, you can answer Cynthia's question. And I'm sorry that we come to the end
we're
of our
out of
session.
time, guys.
Yeah, because our next speakers already prepared here, already in the room.
Yeah.
So maybe Dr. Chua,
And
you
I've been
can...
up since 7, guys. I'm getting tired. So let's wrap this up.
Yeah,
Sorry. My self-care means I can't keep talking and it's lunchtime. So I'll try to keep this short. So the first one would be, you don't know if someone's faking it. Then why are you so scared? People are faking it. Good grief. Like every time, I just don't understand this sort of high level of anxiety. Like, what if people are faking it? And so what if they are? If somebody feels they have to fake mental illness, they're not doing well. That's a sign they're not doing well, that they have to lie to you to say I'm depressed. So the chances are they're not super healthy already, right? So I like what Ruby said in the comments. It's like, except I won't use the word investigate, but I'll say, let's learn what the true problem is. So often I would just ask this person, okay, you don't feel good, you feel down, what's going on? And if we address every case that comes to us, whether they're faking ill or faking good, we address every case with compassion. Unless you're sociopathic, you will feel guilty that someone so nice and so nice is listening to you and really trying to understand, that you will actually stop faking ill. If that person is sociopathic, then don't worry. That person will find another excuse to do their thing. That is not your job. Our job is not to evaluate whether the person is faking it or not. Our job is to listen, empathize. And if that person has to fake illness because they were so anxious they couldn't do work, or for whatever reason, your empathy and your listening will pay off anyway. So win-win solution. Stop trying to figure out, go and listen and understand, and that's going to solve a lot of problems. Okay, so Cynthia, life is hard. We're somehow gotten into this place where we're comparing events, but it doesn't matter. So I had a client who went to a dirty toilet and she was so shocked and horrified that there was poo. I'll say poo, hopefully that's acceptable. If it beeps out, it got censored. That she thought, oh my gosh, the next person behind me is going to think I did that. And she then developed high levels of anxiety and OCD just from one situation. Now you might say, is poo only what? Yeah, but you're not her. You don't know the impact. So don't look at the objective situation and compare. What's more important is the impact it has on you. So it doesn't matter. The impact, the same degree of impact could come from any situation. It doesn't mean you're weak. Maybe it means you're weird, but no. Okay, it doesn't mean you're weak. It just means you're affected by that. And the more you push it away and trying to say, I can't be, the harder it's going to be for you. So just accept and embrace different things affect you differently. And that's okay. I hate lizards. Some people don't. If I see lizards, I scream. Why should I feel bad about screaming? My grandfather said, you know what I should do? I used to catch lizards and play in my hand. I don't care. I don't like lizards and I'm okay with that. So that's my very quick Dr. Phil-like answers to everyone, and hopefully we can, I think it's a good place for me to keep quiet now.
Thank you, Dr. Chua, for the insight. And I would like to thank you to all of the panelists today, Dr. Suri, Ms. Cynthia, Ms. Diana, and Dr. Chua for the marvelous insight. I apologize to the audience who have been asking questions. If you realize that some of the questions that you ask is actually we slot in here and there in our discussion, so we are indirectly answering your question as well. So as an alternative, I hope that for any audience that who would like to ask more, you can Google their name, especially Dr. Suri or Dr. Chua. You can email them, you can contact them if you have any question related to the question today. And I believe that in Zoom, we also can answer the question by the audience by typing. So after this, during the session ended, maybe Dr. Chua or Dr. Suri or Cynthia or Ms. Diana, you can type anything that you think that can answer the question in the Q&A session. So before we end, I would like to invite Ms. Premila, if you're here as ending our session. And once again, I would like to thank you to Dr. Suri, Dr. Chua, Ms. Diana, Ms. Cynthia, and to all the audience who contribute to make this session become beneficial and as I would like to call it, as fruitful. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. What a fantastic session. I mean, I found it really enlightening. A heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and of course our esteemed moderator. I'm sure all our attendees must have found this discussion, they would have, there's so much of takeaways from this session. So once again, a very heartfelt thank you to all our panelists and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first session. Please stay tuned for our masterclass that's coming up very, very shortly. First up, we have Associate Professor Dr. Prem Kumar Chandrasekharan, Consultant Neuropsychiatrist, Head of Neurobehavioral Medicine Services, Penang Adventist Hospital. Dr. Prem Kumar will be speaking on the mental health effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. He will then be joined by Professor Dr. Philip George, a consultant psychiatrist and addiction specialist, head of psychiatry, International Medical University. He will take you through the most common mental disorders in primary care, depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Ladies and gentlemen, see you shortly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to our NUMED Masterclass series in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, the College of Physicians Malaysia, and Relate Malaysia. If you have any questions during the session, please add them in the Q&A box, and the speaker will answer it during the Q&A session at the end. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our first speaker for today, Associate Professor Dr. Prem Kumar Chandrasekharan. He is Consultant Neuropsychiatric and Head of Neurobehavioral Medicine Service, Penang Adventist Hospital. Dr. Prem Kumar will now deliver our first masterclass lecture entitled The Mental Health Effect of the COVID-19 Pandemic. Over to you, Dr. Prem.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to Newcastle Medicine, Newcastle University Medicine for having me. Allow me to share my screen. I trust everyone can see it now. Okay. So I have been asked to give a talk today, and one of your lecturers, Dr. Anusia, messaged me this morning and reminded me that we are actually in our 500th day of MCO. I mean, from the beginning of MCO, I mean, that's a really long time. And so I think my topic for today is actually quite appropriate. This has been dragging on for some time. And what I'll be talking about today would be, basically to take you through what happens in disasters. We can consider this pandemic that happened as a sort of disaster. Initially, after any disaster, you have a heroic stage, which occurs very soon after. It's when people get together and do things. You will find some people who would be, who would exhibit more heroic traits than others. Then after about a week and up to 6 months comes a honeymoon stage when people come together and everyone helps each other out. But after that, when this sort of prolongs, you get into a disillusionment stage. And this can go on for another 2 months, where there'll be a lot of self-centeredness, people blaming, as in our case, you know, people were starting to question the directives from the government. And after about a year, we go into a sort of reconstruction stage where we start to rebuild and repair whatever has happened. We saw that this happened with the tsunami in 2004. And in any sort of crisis, the stages will move from an acute stage, as in A and B, and then the adjustment stage, which would consist of B and C, and finally the integration stage, which would be D. So there are a lot of emotional factors involved, and they too go through stages. So at the beginning, when something happens, like when COVID hit us, most of us were in disbelief. We could not comprehend what was happening. I mean, we being a country that has always been safe from natural disasters, when the tsunami hit in 2004, we didn't know what was happening. And you find that after that, when we hear news of mild earthquakes happening in the hill next to Gentings, we are able to sort of accept it. So when something happens, all right, you go into a stage of disbelief, and when you lose someone, or when the so-called disaster is of such a level, you can get angry. And thereafter, when you see what we have lost as on a personal basis or as a community, sadness creeps in. And then you move into a stage of acceptance when you realize that, you know, we will need to accept to move on. And after that, you start to get optimistic. So this was actually, these stages were actually delineated by Collins in 2020. And if you see, most of our references would be fairly recent ones. You know, there won't be any reference from early 2000s or the 1990s, mainly because this is something new, and a lot of studies were done, especially in relation to COVID over the past year and a half. So here's a Venn diagram that was coined by Burke, also in 2000, which basically shows the emotional zones during quarantine. I'm sure a lot of you have received it from WhatsApp in various other ways. And basically, it's asking yourself what you want to be during this pandemic. So initially, there's the fear zone where you would complain a lot. Some people would spread negative news. Then you move on to a learning zone where you become more aware of the situation. You start to evaluate information before spreading it. And finally, you go into the growth zone. And where you live in the present, you focus on the future, you develop some empathy for yourself as well as others, and you thank your good fortune, all right? And you tend to appreciate others. You haven't gotten sick, and even if you did, you pull through, and you start to look for ways to adapt to these new changes. And in our case, the new norm. So this is basically a slide. It's not picked up from any particular article. This was basically observations made by myself after seeing patients over the past year and a half. And the following are basically the symptoms you have in your stage of fear, in your zone zone of fear, your zone of learning, as well as your zone of growth. And some of them are actually quite normal reactions. But when you do have abnormal reactions, then it needs to be addressed. Probably look at how bad they are, because these could be prodromal symptoms of a psychological disorder that is brewing. So I'll move on to the impact of quarantine. Now, our government directives have basically kept us in a state akin to quarantine. Okay, this is for our own good, as well as to control this whole pandemic as such. But the first thing that happens is you have a loss of autonomy, right? And a lot of people experience cabin fever. And your emotional competency to deal with it would actually be dependent on your type of personality and your level of resilience. And social connectedness was something that was very important, because this can reduce isolation. You can imagine if this happened before the advent of mobile phones, without video calls, I think people would have handled it in a much more difficult way. So who are those who are more at risk of developing emotional problems? Basically, those from the older as well as the younger age group. People who had sort of social contact on a daily basis. Older people, when their children couldn't see them, they couldn't see their grandchildren. Younger age group, they don't go to school, they are with their parents, and if the parents are very stressed, it would basically reflect on how the children would handle all of this. Now, if someone has had a history of mental illness, this would make it much more difficult for them to cope. If you spend too much of time on social media, looking for negative news and getting affected by them, yes, you would be more at risk. Now, some people were forced to work from home, and it's not, when you work from home, I think most of us know that it doesn't follow working hour schedules. You end up actually working more. And one group that was very much at risk of developing emotional problems were frontliners. And let me go into that. The reasons for their stress. At the beginning, it was uncertainty about unknown virus. We didn't know how this virus behaved. We didn't know how it replicated. At the beginning, we didn't know how to treat it properly. So we were actually, ventilating them. But now we realize that that is probably not the right way. There was also the problem with uncertainty about honesty of patients, because patients did not want to get quarantined. So there were a lot of them who hid the fact that they may have come into contact with someone who was infected. There was the uncertainty about the supply of PPEs, personal protective equipment, and that's very stressful, especially if you are dealing with the immediate care of patients suffering from COVID. A lot of them got exhausted. A lot of them had this fear of failing their patients if the patients became worse or passed away, and disruption in personal routine and family interactions. A lot of these doctors were young, with young families. They were frustrated because they couldn't even hug their children. Okay, and this led to isolation, boredom, and the routines being repetitive because everyone's constrained by directives. This led to a lot of them having developing depression and anxiety. So what is the psychological impact of quarantine and how to reduce it? Basically, quarantine is a predictor of post-traumatic symptoms 3 years later. This was according to a study done by Brooks and Associates. Now, 1/3 to half of those people in the study warranted a diagnosis of trauma-related disorder. And they found that children were likely to have post-traumatic symptom scores that were 4 times higher than adults. So what were the stressors? Now, during the period of quarantine, it was things like longer quarantine period, fears of infection, frustration, boredom, and inadequate supplies of PPE. Now, post-quarantine, they found that a lack of information from the government as to what this whole quarantine was about, if there was financial loss, and in the case of Ebola, we could see that stigma played a huge part, and I'll be talking a bit about this also later. Now, if there was a history of psychiatric illness, right, and that was associated with anxiety and anger, 4 to 6 months after quarantine. And the last point in this study found that quarantined healthcare workers needed more support. So there were recommendations that we should always think of restricting the period of quarantine, because altruism has its limits. At the beginning you say, yes, I will follow SOPs, I will stay at home, I will not do anything that I'm not supposed to do, for myself and for everyone. But this altruistic sort of attitude tends to wax and wane after time. So in our case, it was mandatory. There was nothing we could do about it, but it did lead to a rise in the cases of emotional problems in the public. So what are the neuropsychiatric issues that have emerged from the COVID pandemic? Let's look at the immediate effects. You get infected with COVID. In the acute stages of illness, a lot of people experience delirium. That means an acute confusional state. And then a study earlier this year found neurological and psychiatric complications in 153 people hospitalized with COVID-19 in the UK, right? And it found that 39 of them had altered mental status and 10 of them had new onset episodes of psychosis. So there were possible pathogenic biomechanisms that were postulated. The first was that it was a direct neuronal viral infection. The second was, could it be a post-infectious neuronal autoimmunity? And then vasculopathies also were said to be causative factors, and these included those from impaired coagulation. And then finally, systemic or inflammatory effects of a pervasive severe pathogen or the critical COVID illness itself. So the incidence of neurological or psychiatric diagnosis in the following 6 months after diagnosis was actually found to be 33 to 62%. That's really high. So coming on to the psychiatric manifestations that occur after COVID, right? The most common was adjustment disorder, with depression and insomnia being the predominant features. Then generalized anxiety disorders found to be commonest in China in one study. And some other authors had actually found significant overlap between symptoms of burnout and depression in the past. But in the case of healthcare workers of COVID-19 patients in China, half of them reported symptoms of depression, approximately 40% of them with anxiety, 30% with insomnia, and 2/3 feeling generally distressed. Another study actually paradoxically found that mood and anxiety disorders had a weaker relationship with markers of COVID-19 severity as compared to neurological disorders. So this suggests that the stigma of being given a diagnosis of COVID-19 was more at play rather than the direct manifestations of the illness. And I would actually say this to be something that we had actually experienced when I was posted in neurology in 1999, when the Nipah virus hit. And there were people who were just avoiding those patients, and they even avoided us because we used to come into contact with those patients. So it was quite a scary time even then. So what would be the protective factors for resilience? Now, if we've had any past experience in crisis, right? Basically, being a protected place, Malaysia, being none, initial denial was really, really high. People just felt that they didn't need to wear masks. They didn't need to social distance, and that led to the spread of cases, right? If there's an absence of past or family history of mental illness, yes, your resilience would obviously be better. If you've had good pre-morbid coping skills, right? If someone has actually suffered income loss in the past, if they've had family members who had suffered, right, or having an uncertainty about future, their resilience towards dealing with this whole pandemic would have been better. If there's more self-awareness and mental flexibility to be able to adapt, being able to let go, both physically and mentally, the acceptance and sustaining of positive emotions, embracing it, and being able to make do with what you have and look forward to the future, and not forgetting being able to continue exercising and ensure a healthy diet and have adequate rest. These are all things that can be protective factors in increasing your resilience. Let me quickly go through something that I feel is very important at this stage we are in. Most of the people we know have registered in MySejahtera for vaccination, but there are some people who've been absorbing a lot of negative news, and they are basically what we call the fence sitters. How are we going to able to convince them? Now the Academy of Medicine, our College of Physicians is actually coming up with a drive to have a dialogue with those who wish to find out more about vaccines. You know, a lot of negative hype has been made about mRNA vaccines, so it's something new. It is not actually new. It's been in research since the mid-80s, right? So it's 35 years in the making. It's just that because of the pandemic, everything had to actually be processed faster, all right? It had to be produced faster. So there is this thing called vaccine hesitancy, which is a behavioral delay in acceptance or the refusal of vaccines despite the availability of services. So this is not a single entity, but it's actually a continuum that ranges from refusal to complete acceptance. So we expect anxiety and paranoia in the context of vaccine hesitancy. Patients with severe mental illness, SMI for short, mainly those with psychotic disorders, bipolar disorder, or severe depression, are actually at significantly higher risk of being hospitalized or dying from COVID-19. And they are also at increased risk of SARS-CoV-2 infection and COVID-19 related morbidity and mortality. So all the more reason why they should be prioritized for vaccination, mainly because they may have living circumstances, diet, or comorbidities that could contribute to the increased risk of COVID-19 outcomes. Right? Also, there could be some negative associations between those with SMI and psychotropic medication that they are receiving, and as well as their immune system dysfunction that could affect vaccination response. So some brief tips on how to cope during lockdown. I'm sure this is going to start easing up soon, because with our ramped up vaccination drive, we find that although the cases are really high, most of them are lying in categories 1 and 2. Very, very few progress to even category 3, and very few actually move on to 4 and 5 categories. So establish a routine, structure your daily activities to combat boredom, to combat your frustration. Keep active, but know your limits, all right? Be flexible, but also know your red flags. How much would you be able to handle, right? What would be your expectations? Don't expect too much. Start to learn new skills, start a project, start looking through recipes, sharing them. Communicate, maintain your digital connections, model peaceful behavior. Always remember that children get stressed and they model our reactions. So if we are going to look at it as something insurmountable, their perception of how to deal with stress will be modeled by how we handle this pandemic period. Stay informed, but don't overwhelm yourself. News quantity is not equal to the threat size. So use reputable sources and spend less time on the net. And finally, remind ourselves why we are doing this. Why are we complying with government directives? It is to flatten the curve, right? So be realistic, but maintain the big picture. Have gratitude, be guided by wisdom or logic, and focus on things that are under our control. Okay, try to avoid herd behavior influence. So what could be the factors that would be related to What are the strategies that could be used to curb the progression, right? If there's excessive fear and worry about health, if there are sleep and appetite changes, worsening of health problems, and increase in substance use, those at risk of developing depression or anxiety, or at risk of a relapse of a pre-existing illness or worsening of medical conditions. Remember, a lot of people started to have their diabetic control go out of whack because they were stressed. You can reach out to befrienders or mental health professionals. The community actually plays a huge role in identifying and providing support. And for those already in states of despair, either financially, emotionally, or socially, we need to think of proactive intervention. So there's crisis intervention, all right, where we establish coping skills, we provide support and restore your ability to function. And with all that, after that, we try to provide some crisis counseling to deal with whatever issues people may be going through. And there are other modes that can be done and can be actually taught to not only patients, but even the public, such as relaxation therapy, stress relief by having, say, a stress diary to can your worries. For those who may need psychological support, you should not hesitate to look for it, right? And if there's a need for pharmacological therapy, we should actually go for it, or get a referral to a psychiatrist or any other mental health professional. So in conclusion, it is normal to feel stressed during movement control directives. Now, however, it's essential, right, to adapt to working from home policies and keeping active during lockdowns. Establish a routine, communicate, but try not to indulge in too much information. Now, for those who have a family member, or you know someone who suffered from COVID-19, watch out for neuropsychiatric complications, especially depression and anxiety in those who are infected. Stigma needs to be addressed because the people who are recuperating need help, not to be pushed aside and say, oh, you're going to infect us. They are no longer infective after the illness, right? And finally, promote prioritization for vaccination in those with severe mental illnesses. So with that, I conclude my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Stop sharing. Thank you, Doctor, for the informative and interesting talk. I'm sure the participants now have much understanding on the mental health effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our second masterclass session. Please join me in welcoming our second speaker for today, Professor Dr. Philip George. He is consultant psychiatrist and addiction specialist and head of psychiatrist, International Medical University, IMU. Prof. Philip will now deliver our second masterclass lecture for today entitled A Deep Dive into the Most Common Mental Disorder in Primary Care, Depression, Anxiety, and Insomnia. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you for your kind introduction. And Madam Chairperson, if I can request, if you could share my slides, please. I'm having a problem with the computer that I'm using in the clinic to share the slides from here. So if you could share the slides, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Yes, Prof. We will share your slide.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, while we're waiting for the slides to come up, I'd like to just maybe give a short intro into what I'm going to be speaking on. I mean, it's hard to cover the most important topics in psychiatry, I think, in a short period of 25 minutes. But I think the real issue is how much time, effort, and energy are we spending on the mental health impact of this pandemic? And as Dr. Prem had just shared, most studies have actually suggested the most common impacts on our mental health is actually anxiety, depression, and insomnia. And so we need to have available services to manage these three things, especially in our primary care. And so I think it's a role of every healthcare professional to think and understand the common mental health conditions in the community and how to assess and manage them. And that's the real reason why I think understanding this topic is important. Sadly, we're not in a situation where in developed countries, the primary care is the main gatekeeper for mental health support. I recently spoke to a colleague of mine, and she, serves a hospital, a district hospital. And in a district hospital, she says she is overloaded with new cases with mental health issues. And they have to be given appointments. So some of them actually are seen maybe 2 weeks or a month later. And she says the worrying thing is there's a trend of increased suicide. We've seen the newspapers flash 3 to 4 cases a day, but she says in her hospital, there are 2 to 3 bodies in the mortuary thought to be related to suicide. So I think the need is that we need to equip ourselves to be able to manage common mental health issues in the community and not just in specialized settings and only with mental health specialists. So are we getting the slides up yet?
Hold on, doctor. We try to manage your slide.
Okay, great. Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to focus on depression, anxiety disorders, and insomnia in primary care. Go on to the next slide. I may run through some of these slides quite quickly because of time, and I thought it'll be more meaningful to have more time available for Q&A. So we go on to the next slide, please. Oops.
Hold on a moment, Prof. We have a technical issue here. Sorry.
Sure. Okay, good. Okay, so we go to the next slide, please. Right, so I want to start off with a case discussion. This was a patient of mine who described a brain fog that she'd been having for the past 3 months, associated with headache, lethargy, feeling depressed. I sat in a little bit on the forum earlier, and I think this is something that I see in my own practice very often, that our Malaysian patients actually are comfortable only talking about physical symptoms of maybe depression, but not the psychological symptoms. And so very often, compared to Caucasian patients, I also see the Caucasian patient will come and say, I'm feeling suicidal and I don't feel like, I have motivation to do things. But these things, Malaysian patients come after building some rapport and discussing their physical symptoms first. But her symptoms actually were triggered by COVID and the uncertainties that it brought to her business. And of course, the fear of getting infected. She saw several different specialists. And finally, when a neurologist told her that she should see me, she finally came to see me, started on a course of antidepressants, and now is completely well. She's in fact doing a tapering of her medication. And by next week, I hope to get her off her medication after being on it for about 8 months. She's now gone on to be her usual self. In fact, chairing international meetings and doing very well in her business and feeling more confident with herself. Next slide, please. So how do we actually identify people with depression? The first thing is to understand the different types of depressive disorders, and DSM-5 classifies them as under certain categories. The most common one, of course, is major depressive disorder, or MDD, and then dysthymia, which is a prolonged long-term depressive episode with maybe less impact on day-to-day function. And then DMDD, or disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, more common in younger population. PMDD, or premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and then substance-related depressive disorder, or depression due to a medical condition. So let's go on to just specifically major depressive disorder, which is the most common type of depressive disorder. Next slide. So to differentiate it from normal sadness, we need to have specific criteria. I mean, that's the rule that we utilize in psychiatry. We use criteria to come to a diagnosis. There's no special test or investigation. Pretty much similar to, ulcerative colitis or migraine. You don't do some special test to diagnose migraine. You need a set of 6 out of a list of 13 to actually diagnose that. So that criteria thing is not something alien to medicine. And as long as we have these criteria met, and for that certain period, we're almost 95% sure of the diagnosis of major depression. The core symptoms include depressed mood and anhedonia. And then the other symptoms, there should be a total of 5, include other things like physical, cognitive, and psychological symptoms, including suicidal ideation as well. Next slide. So most of these symptoms are triggered by a variety of factors, and the mantra in psychiatry, of course, is biopsychosocial. So biological factors include genetics, include things like neurochemicals. And we know that specific neurochemicals trigger specific symptoms as well. And in depression, it's thought to be the reduction in the monoamine neurotransmitters that actually trigger off all these symptoms that we discussed to make a diagnosis of major depression. Next slide, please. But we can also categorize major depression into 3 varieties, and there's mild, moderate, and severe. Major does not mean severe. And so in mild major depression, patients may have perhaps more anxiety symptoms. They may have problems initiating sleep compared to the early morning awakening seen in moderate or severe depression. In moderate and severe depression, there may be more vegetative symptoms, and severe depression can be psychotic or non-psychotic. Next slide, please. So management basically includes the biopsychosocial approach and the psychological approach. Really, the 2 most common therapies that are seen to be most effective for depression include CBT and IPT. Of course, pharmacotherapy is the medical approach, the biological approach, which includes antidepressants, and electroconvulsive therapy for those with severe major depression or those who are highly suicidal. Next slide, please. So the CPG guidelines of Malaysia states that once you identify someone with major depression, you need to classify them as mild, moderate, or severe. And in mild major depression, it may be that you don't require a biological treatment, you don't require pharmacotherapy, that psychosocial intervention and psychotherapy should suffice. But of course, when it comes to moderate to severe, its best results are actually the combination of psychological treatments, social treatments, and medical treatments like antidepressants or ECT if it's required. Next slide, please. So the antidepressants, of course, can be broadly classified as the classical and the new antidepressants. And the classical antidepressants include the TCAs, which are still in use, especially for treatment-resistant depression. But the more common first line of treatment will be your SSRIs or your SNRIs and your NASA or even the melatonergic agents as well. Next slide, please. How do they actually work? Well, it's thought that because there is a lack in the neurotransmitters, the monoamine neurotransmitters in the synaptic cleft, the postsynaptic cleft actually upregulates its neuroreceptors. And that upregulation is then reduced after 3 to 4 weeks of antidepressant medication, which brings on the clinical impact of your antidepressants. So that's the biological basis for the delay in the onset of effects of antidepressant medication. Next slide, please. So let's move on now to anxiety disorders. Next slide. So basically, anxiety is an internal alarm bell. I'm sure we all would have been triggered with this. The first time that MCO was announced in March 2020, most of us got into this anxiety about what to expect, what's going to happen, how are we going to cope. Let's go panic buy all the toilet tissue that we can and keep in the house. we're all confused. We're anxious about things. And of course, mild anxiety is manageable. But in anxiety disorders, there is a submission to false claims, and that might be very intense, frequent, and start to affect day-to-day activities. And of course, it can also interfere with your sleep-wake cycle as well. Next slide, please. So the symptoms typically in anxiety disorders can be divided into physical, psychological, or cognitive. And the physical can be similar to having a heart attack, or similar to having COVID, or similar to feeling like you're going to have a stroke. So you can understand that it's the greatest medical mimic, anxiety disorders. And it's important that, therefore, to rule out a medical condition before jumping to a conclusion of anxiety disorder. And so usually anxiety disorders is by exclusion. We exclude all the medical conditions and then only come to a diagnosis. Of course, it stands in our benefit if we can actually identify also psychological symptoms or cognitive symptoms to then maybe suggest that it's more of an anxiety disorder. Next slide, please. So what causes anxiety disorder? Well, it seems to be more common in certain environments. I mean, the perceived threats in the environment, but it seems to also affect certain groups of people more. Women are affected about 2 times more than men. People who've had very anxious parents, so it can be actually genetic or it can be learned. People with a sensitive emotional nature, their personality traits that may then put them at higher risk of developing anxiety as well, or those who've had a difficult childhood. So abuse or neglect during childhood has an increased risk of anxiety disorders as they become adults. And of course, some medical conditions and also side effects from prescription medication and even substance use disorders as well. Next slide, please. So we generally classify anxiety disorders into 5 types, and this is using the ICD-10. But basically, generalized anxiety disorder, phobic disorder, PTSD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and panic disorder, where the main theme is anxiety. So in generalized anxiety, it'll be continuous, prolonged anxiety, phobic disorders when it's exposed to a certain object or situation, PTSD when you're reminded of the trauma that you've experienced, that's when the anxiety kicks up, and OCD when you try and stop those obsessions or the compulsions, and finally panic where it comes on like an extreme panic state. Next slide, please. So in GAD, basically, it has to be for minimum 6 months to make a diagnosis. So a lot of the studies that have been done thus far in relation to COVID and its impact on mental health may have actually suggested generalized anxiety symptoms because they were often not reaching that level of 6 months. But I'm sure there'll be more studies suggesting that GAD is one of the most common conditions post-COVID related to people who have survived COVID or even to the general public going through COVID and its isolation and quarantine issues as well. But basically it has to be associated with 3 out of 6 symptoms, and one of those symptoms includes sleep problems as well. Next slide, please. So this is a case that I had, a 30-year-old expat who was working from home. Due to the MCO, he developed poor attention concentration, was feeling really on edge. He was really, healthy in his lifestyle, but he gave up on those things that he, were actually managing most of his stress. And he developed a lot of insomnia and started to increase his alcohol consumption, really in a self-medicating sort of manner. So my approach was first to detox with diazepam and a tapering dose, and then start SSRI for his anxiety. And now he's actually back to doing well, looking for jobs in other countries as well. Next slide, please. Now, panic disorder is, as I mentioned, an intense fear or intense discomfort It usually occurs episodically, so it comes and goes. And during that time, it's a rule of four symptoms out of this list of 13 that occurs for, that short period of time, but 4 attacks in a month or 4 weeks, or 1 attack followed by anticipatory anxiety for 4 weeks, believing or fearing that another attack is going to come. Next slide, please. So Madam K saw me for problems after she seen several GPs and specialists for sore throat, insomnia, and just generally feeling heaty. She was so convinced she had COVID, and she was fearful because she was actually staying with her daughter since the lockdown, fearing to stay alone and isolated in her own home as she was a spinster. And she was fearful that she would bring and spread the COVID to her grandchildren and to the rest of the family. But all the specialists and GPs had told her there were no positive results for COVID. And then the history revealed fear, which was episodic, and palpitations, and multi-system symptoms. And so she was diagnosed with panic disorder, started on an antidepressant. But typically, people with panic or even anxiety disorders, one of the biggest fear is being on medication. She defaulted treatment, but did come and see me, tell me that she was fearful of being on medication. And so I suggested her to see a therapist and work on therapy until, maybe she gets some relief from her anxiety. Next slide, please. So panic and COVID-19, the symptoms can be pretty much similar. The mantra in psychiatry, of course, is rule out a medical cause first, look for associated symptoms. And of course, there are certain things that shouldn't actually relieve things like COVID or a heart condition or a lung condition that, you can't actually find relief with breathing exercises for sure. Next slide, please. Phobias are the most common anxiety disorders, and it's basically irrational, abnormal fears of objects or situations, and they can be divided into specific or complex phobias. The complex phobias will include agoraphobia and social phobia, but specific phobias are very common, and I'm sure all of us have some sort of fear. But to make a diagnosis of phobia, of course, it has to start to impact on our day-to-day life. Somniphobia is the phobia of sleep, which I actually see a patient who fears going to sleep, fearing that he may stop breathing. And he's had sleepless nights for months. So with medication and with psychological treatments, he's actually overcome that fear and now is able to sleep better. It's not a sleeping tablet that he's on, but an antidepressant that helps control the level of his anxiety. Next slide, please. So 30-year-old single man who lost a 40-year-old brother to acute myocardial infarct all of a sudden has been having anxiety symptoms for a long time and fear about having a heart attack himself. More of a illness anxiety disorder. The old term was hypochondriasis, but actually got better following treatment, which included psychological and medication treatment. But when the pandemic started, the anxiety resurfaced due to the worry of, what if I really do get a myocardial infarct? How am I going to get to the hospital? All the ambulances are occupied taking COVID patients. What if I get COVID when I get to the hospital? So he's had to come in for more sessions and more therapy, but he's actually gotten back to being completely well again. Next slide, please. OCD is, of course, the other anxiety disorder. And I think all of us, to some extent, because of the pandemic, have been maybe a little bit more fearful of contamination. The doorknob, that elevator button, the way that we touch it and the way that we keep washing our hands, that's been actually a standard routine in managing, preventing being infected by the virus, right? So it's actually had a silver lining in the sense that a lot of my patients with OCD are saying, I don't feel all alone anymore. I see my whole family doing what I used to do, wash my hands about 20 times, 30 times every, hour. Well, they're about there, but, they're a little bit more concerned about these things. So yeah, maybe we're getting a little OCD in our thoughts, but OCD as an illness is not fleeting and will not subside when the crisis passes. Next slide, please. So it typically has to include 6 months of obsessions, plus or minus compulsions. And of course, it can have an impact on sleep, as well as initiating sleep as well. Next slide, please. In PTSD, it's an exposure to a life-threatening event, which is usually outside normal human experience. So that I think is an important aspect to come to a diagnosis. It may start within 3 months of the event, but the symptoms must last for at least 1 month. In fact, we know from past experience that after the SARS outbreak, both the healthcare workers and people who were self-quarantined actually exhibited PTSD symptoms. So we can expect that even now with frontline services, and especially now with the hospitals getting over worked, hospital staff getting overworked, that PTSD could be a serious condition going forward with this. Next slide, please. So the symptoms typically include the 4 domains of re-experiencing the trauma, including nightmares or insomnias or flashbacks, or avoidance of stimuli associated with the trauma, or increased arousal, and they're just so panicky, and negative thoughts and feelings, feeling emotionally numb, or anger, guilt, and all the negative emotions that may occur too. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, anxiety can be the great mimicry, and so we need to rule out all other common medical conditions as well. Next slide. And they can also be co-occurring. This is very common, especially in developing countries, and that's why in ICD-10 we have mixed anxiety with depression, MADD. That's a disorder not in the DSM-5 because it's not seen in maybe the US as much. But in developing countries like ours, in my practice, I see almost 70 to 80% of my anxiety patients comorbid with depression. And that's important to assess because the combination actually, has impact on recovery, may also impact when people start to get better. And sometimes they have a more chronic cause because of that combination. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned earlier in one of my other patients, comorbidity with substance use is also very common. And it's important to assess that and then know how to manage the dual diagnosis that is now ensuing, and not just jump in with label and medication until you maybe sort out the addiction problem first. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the treatment options include psychological and pharmacological, but the best outcomes is actually the combined use of both. As I mentioned, that can be a real challenge in my practice. A lot of them are afraid to take, pills that actually help the anxiety get better because they're too anxious about it. So the convincing can be a challenge. Yep, next slide, thank you. So of course, non-pharmacological treatment includes things like exercise, and CBT is very helpful. It's basically challenging those thoughts that lead to the behavior. And so, recorrecting the cognitive dysfunction as well. Next slide. So finally, I'm going to speak on insomnia. If I haven't put you to sleep just yet, maybe after this it will happen. Next slide, please. So as you may already know, we have different stages of sleep. the stages 1, 2, 3, and 4, and stages 2, 3, 4, and REM repeat itself through the night over about 6 or 7 times, each cycle lasting for maybe up to 45 minutes. And that's called quality sleep. So our REM sleep is where our dreams occur. It actually restores our mind. Our non-REM is where our body restoration actually occurs. So having adequate of both is essential for us to actually feel refreshed in the day. Next slide, please. So sleep disorders can actually be divided into 3 types: insomnia, parasomnias, and breathing-related sleep disorders. Next slide. And the parasomnias include nightmares and sleepwalking, sleep terrors, or restless leg syndrome. So these are abnormal sleep forms, right? And they basically are termed as parasomnias. Next slide. The breathing-related sleep disorders include your obstructive sleep apnea, which your ENT surgeons manage pretty well, or sleep-related hyperventilation, or even jet lag and shift work can be quite common in our community. Not at present, unfortunately, because we're not flying anywhere, but in the past, it was something that I'd seen in my practice as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in insomnia specifically, which is the lack of sleep, there are 2 specific types. There's primary and secondary. Primary is actually quite rare. So whenever patients present with insomnia, it's always important to look for a primary cause. Most common causes are medical and psychiatric. Of course, there may be pharmacological causes as well. We can divide insomnia again into initial, intermediate, or terminal. So if you have difficulty getting into sleep, it's initial insomnia, intermediate where you wake up or interrupted sleep, and then terminal when it's early morning awakening. Next slide, please. So typically the first most important step in treatment would be sleep hygiene. So once we identified insomnia, I think don't jump to the pharmacological treatment. I mean, not as in what you would do with moderate depression or even with moderate anxiety disorders in insomnia. You want to maybe focus on lifestyle change first. So sleep hygiene includes various different steps. WebMD.com has a brilliant presentation in listing those steps. I take most of my patients through them, through that presentation. But essentially, it's, gadget stopping half an hour at least before sleep, naps during the day, not more than 30 to 45 minutes, bedroom use for sleep and sex, not computer and TV and other activities. Wake up at the same time every day. That's more important than going to sleep, than the time that you go to sleep, I mean. And cut down caffeine to not more than 2 cups, the last cup before 5 p.m. Exercise regularly about 4 to 5 hours before sleep. Eat a light dinner because you don't want your stomach and intestines to have to keep working at night and disturb your sleep. Of course, then to prevent getting hungry in the middle of the night, you may want to take a milk-based drink before sleep. Take a warm bath about 2 hours before sleep and cut down alcohol because that actually destroys the sleep structure, and avoid any gadgets nearby where you sleep because they still emanate ultraviolet rays, especially from the chargers, that may impact your sleep quality as well. Next slide, please. Other things include having a sleep diary, so you actually sort of notice how your sleep is actually progressing, and avoid stimulating activities before sleep. I mean, I'm glad we've got the Olympics going on now, so that's not too stimulating just yet. I think athletics has just started, so it may start to be, but the COVID news is definitely going to be overstimulating. So maybe you don't want to do that just prior to sleeping. Focus on positive thoughts, because what you think prior to sleep colors your dreams. And so a gratitude diary, positive diary will be a helpful, routine prior to bed, and maybe even relaxation therapy or breathing exercises or even a prayer, because they all have that same meditative effect of promoting good sleep as well. If you can't sleep, get out of bed, go to another room, because you don't want to associate your bed and your bedroom with a war zone that you just can't get to sleep with. Next slide, please. And pharmacotherapy is the last option. If we have to use benzodiazepines, ideally not more than 2 to 3 weeks, short-term use only. And then even the Z drugs, which were marketed as less dependence forming, are just as dependent. I've had patients on 150 still knocks a night. So they're just as bad as the benzodiazepines, really. But maybe they have a better impact on the quality of sleep. Antihistamines, well, they have a hangover effect, may not be so effective, but in some people it does work. Next slide, please. And then you have the low-dose antidepressants or atypical antipsychotics. Mirtazapine 7.5 milligram is something that I use sometimes for people with insomnia. Melatonin, it's not available in Malaysia, but some people get it through online. But it only has like about limited duration of effect. And herbal therapies, there's not enough evidence, but it's worth trying prior to using any of the other medications that we discussed. And I believe this is my last slide. Next slide, please. Yep, it is. Just leaving you with some care lines. And I think there's no shame in actually asking for help when you do need it. It's good to speak to trained personnel that can keep that confidential. And so there have been new care lines available during this period. There are also online tools, and I can recommend some of them, especially Sunvelo, which is free. You can download that on your phone. It teaches you mindfulness, meditation, and breathing exercises. So yeah, I think it'd be good to actually invest in your mental health over this period to build your resilience. Thank you for your attention, and thank you so much for helping out the slides, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the informative and interesting talk on the depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have some questions that were sent during the presentation, and most of the questions have been answered by Dr. Prem. But if you have more questions for the speakers, please add them in the Q&A box. Meanwhile, Dr. Philip, Prof. Philip, sorry, there's one question from Isaac Tan, and the question already has been answered by Dr. Prem Kumar. The question is, had a week-long SOB due to anxiety and got admitted to the hospital to get myself checked up and down, in and out for a full day to find out it's an anxiety attack. Is there any way for medical provider to pinpoint that it's an anxiety attack from the start? Or do all patients have to go through the elimination? Do you have anything to add, Prof? Prof, mute.
Okay, I'm on, yeah, okay. I think the important thing is, actually you did the right thing. You need to still rule out a medical cause. Even if you see a psychiatrist, and that's why psychiatrists have to be doctors. Even if you see a psychiatrist, most likely the psychiatrist is going to do all the battery of tests or refer you to another specialist if he finds that there are signs or symptoms suggestive of another condition, and rule all that out before they actually start you on any treatment. But of course, you can utilize psychological and behavioral ways to manage anxiety and see if they are helping. So, learning breathing exercises, working on relaxation techniques, all of that can continue while you investigate to make sure there's no physical cause. I hope
okay,
that
Prof.
answers.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. There's one question from Surya Rahman. Can sleeping pills or other medication help my insomnia? What are the benefits and side effects of the drugs? Are there any drug interaction to be aware of? Are the sleeping pills that habit for me?
Yeah. Okay. Well, basically, the first step in managing insomnia is first identifying what the cause is. Is there an underlying reason for the insomnia? Sometimes it's maybe a breathing problem, obstructive sleep apnea, or it could be even depression or anxiety that's not been diagnosed, or even just stress. So identifying that and then addressing that issue is the most important step. Second is, once you identify that and you want to actually manage the sleep, if you already ruled out every other condition and you don't, it's just a primary sleep problem, then it'll be looking at making lifestyle changes first. So sleep hygiene, I think, would be the essential thing. If you've tried that for about a week plus and it's still not helping, then look at using sleep aids. And sleep aids, you need to be aware of the risk. There are benzodiazepines or the non-benzodiazepines, K drugs, which actually are very addictive and they develop tolerance. So if you're going to be using that, you cannot be using for longer than 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, ideally, it's used when necessary only. The other medications or some herbal therapies and treatments maybe maybe a better option first. So yeah, that was what I would suggest. I think the risk of dependence is actually quite high. In my addiction clinic in Seremban, we see a lot of patients referred by their GPs after being on benzodiazepines for years, and they're on very high doses, cannot be managed by the GP anymore, and they're referred to us in psychiatry to manage their addiction. I think Dr. Prem, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think you've said everything. I answered the initial part of the question, saying that we need to rule things out unless there is a very clear correlation between a particular period of stress and emergence of the anxiety symptoms. But what I was trying to emphasize here was you don't want to miss out a heart attack or thyrotoxic event.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Prem and Prof. Phillips. There's one question from Hanisa Rashid. Hello, how can we cure our anxiety, depression, or mental disorder with taking good food or supplement? Because other treatment, then be surrounding and still communicate with other, keep your mindset positive and get enough sleep and exercise. What kind of food that we can consume to cure the illness? Any opinion from both of you?
Yeah, I think diet does play an important role in managing all psychiatric conditions. So, the holistic approach is not just medication and therapy, but also lifestyle changes. So the psychosocial changes include diet as well. So a diet rich in, legumes or fruit, vegetable, that's actually very positive because these are the building blocks for your neurochemicals that are deficient in anxiety and depression. Secondly, cutting down on caffeine, red meat, cutting down on carbohydrates, not omitting, but cutting down will be very helpful as well. So those are things in terms of diet. Supplements, I would usually in my patient population recommend fish oil, omega-3 and B complex as well as folic acid, just the normal RDA doses. Basically these are essential building blocks for your 5-HT and noradrenaline, all the neurochemicals that are maybe needing to be spruced up to help with your recovery as well. Now, all of this, of course, doesn't work on its own. It's what we term as complementary. That means it complements the other treatments that are important for your depression or anxiety. So just focusing on diet alone is not going to maybe be 100% curative.
Prof. Philip, you have to add anything?
Prof. Prem, yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Prem. Sorry.
No, I don't. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. There's one more question from Go Xiao Wen. I'm curious, will depression, anxiety, and insomnia come together or each separate symptom?
Good question. I mean, is it actually a spectrum of condition? Because if you notice, even in my slides, I did mention that, sleep seems to be an important component of even anxiety disorders and also for depression. So is it a part and parcel of it? But the thing is, insomnia is also triggered by other medical conditions. So it lies in a different, domain altogether, and then you can sort of subset it into, depression, insomnia related to anxiety, related to depression. But in the US, they actually do identify patients, especially in research, who are purely depression or purely anxiety disorder and don't have symptoms of the other. So, again, maybe it's a cultural thing that it's easier to describe anxiety in Malaysian patients because the physical symptoms are the things that they can report first, right?
Basically, I'd just like to add that if you are looking at insomnia as a manifestation of anxiety or depression, typically you would get initial insomnia in anxiety because they are worrying and they are ruminating over things, so they have difficulty falling asleep. Whereas in depression, you tend to get terminal insomnia, where you can fall asleep, but you would tend to wake up very early in the morning, say about 4, and then toss and turn and not be able to go back to sleep. We also call this early morning awakening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prem. Since we run out of time, thank you, Dr. Prem Kumar and Prof. Dr. Philip for answering those questions, and thank you for that excellent and informative session. I'm sure the participants will be leaving the session today with a much clearer understanding on the topic that we have discussed today. Once again, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I hope you have found that session informative. We have now come to the end of our session. Take care and stay safe wherever you are. Thank you, and have a nice day ahead.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Bye.